Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. This will be my final show of the week before handing over to Marquise Williams for Thursday and Friday night while I go back down to Vancouver to attend my mother's funeral, but I will be back on Monday. Science Bob was supposed to be here. He's not feeling very well. We had to put him on the DL for a month here, and so we'll have Random Guy, Marquise, and Tim Senor breaking down the UFO Report and Science Bob and Friends tonight. Hello to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. We got Race Fan in the gold medal position, to Mothman with his first silver, and coming in third, Luscious Jules. Nice to see that. I like it when Luscious Jules makes the top three. I really do. Moving on, we have Dino Bravo. Human Carl, how are you? A great veteran of the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service, Human Carl. Lisa C. and Raymond L. How you doing? Brown Dwarf, Lee the Bee, good to see you. Desert Rat, nice to have you here. Thank you, Human Carl, for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. Very much appreciate your love and support. And the Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Ozzy Sue and Stephanie Kenny Blankenship. How are you? She's probably wondering, why do you call me Kenny Blankenship? You got to remember the old show. What the hell was it called? It was on A&E for the longest time. TMX, where they had the dub-over voices for the Japanese game show where they wore like baseball outfits and do all these tricks. Well, one of the announcers was called Kenny Blankenship. That was his name. So Stephanie Kenny Blankenship. That's where you got that from. Moving on, after I terribly broke that down. Eric Austin is here. Eric will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Marty Burback, Lisa C. Pony Pong is back. Pony Pong will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio if you don't mind. To the right of the studio. Vanessa, how are you? Mama Catherine, let's throw you a kiss. Mwah! We love you. Love you, dear. Hope you're having a great night. Robert Lamoth, Dirty Filth, how you doing? Lars Janssen, number 16 in your program, wearing Per-Ola Brassars, number 16 from the Vancouver Canucks days, playing right wing tonight from Stockholm, Sweden. Gizmo, how you doing, man? And Dave Walters, what's up? Millennium, my man, good to see you. Hi, Monica. And Paramarv, Jerry, how you doing, buddy? Ozzy, oi, oi to you. Vash the Impaler, nice to have you here, my man. And who else do we got? Flying Monkeys. And Penny Van, how are you? Laura Lobbs, nice to see you. Hi, Jenny. Thank you for coming on in. And Amy, good to see you. Random Gee. And who else is here? We have Sandra Kincaid. James Lucid, welcome to SOR Chat. Rose Brooks, thank you for joining us. Nick Adkins, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for joining us. Says, finally made it to a live show. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Patrick Noble, or Noble Patrick. How are you? Cat Chaser, thank you for coming on in for another great super chat. We love you, Cat, for your amazing support of this show. Chris Paz-Teen, how are you? And Stevie Franchise, Welsh Hammer, Dark Protocol, good to see you all. Hi, Cosmic Fleur and Christine Lynn. And Typical Watch, it's been a while. How you been? Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. We're going to let Bill WD-40 into the chat room. Dr. Dan Villiers, welcome from Miami. Welcome to our chat room for the first time. Thank you for joining us. And let's see, Zen1 and Roger Murray and Alien Critter, Preston Beckett. It's been a while. Timothy Felon, good to see you again. And Emmy Tong, thanks for coming on in. Hi, Pixie Lara. Kevin, what's happening? Black Triangle, are you made here or there, Black Triangle? MXC was the show. Thank you, Stevie Franchise. Hi, Star Scarred, Toe Tag, good to see you all. DH72, welcome to SOR Chat. And let's see here. Tonight we're talking UFOs. River Dogma and Izzy Stradlin Beth. Chillgasm, good to see you. I'm running out of time here. Ghost of Stacy, welcome back. We got 10 seconds here. See if we can get here. Mama Susan, good to see you. Free Your Mind, thanks for coming on in. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on us, TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show of UFOs tonight. We got a big-time panel joining us. We're going to have two panels in a row here. Just so our radio audience knows, this will be my final show this week before handing off to our YouTube channel host, and that is Marquise Williams. The reason why is I'm actually heading down back to the coast near Vancouver, as my mother's funeral will be later this week, and I've got to get home and help my father and my sisters get ready to say goodbye to my mom. So don't need any prayers of support. We had plenty last week. The love is still being felt, but I want to say a big thank you to all of you for that. But we got a great show tonight. We have Random Guy, Marquise Williams. Later on, Tim Senor will be here. We're going to go the full distance tonight on the show about UFOs. In hour 3, Steve Stockton will be here for the spooky story from Among the Missing YouTube channel as well. So let's get right to it. Usually, this time of the month, we have Dr. Bob McGwier coming on the show for a little bit of Science Bob and Friends. However, we had to put Science Bob on the DL for a month. He's not feeling very well tonight. So he was like ready to go. And then about an hour and a half before showtime, he called me up and he's like, dude, not feeling very good. You're not going to want me on the show tonight. And I'm listening to him. And I'm like, yeah, I can tell Science Bob is sick. And there's nothing more that he hates than missing his segment on Spaced Out Radio. So considering we were going to talk UFOs tonight anyways, I figured, you know what? Let's bring in the team. We got a lot to talk about what's been going on the last week, since I wasn't here last week due to my mom's passing. And then, we had to get everything ready. Marquise did a great job last week in coming on in. So is it disclosure? Is it space pilots? Where are these UFOs coming from? David Grusch, Dr. Stephen Greer, whistleblowers. We got major topics to talk about tonight as we bring in the panel so far. Random Guy and Marquise Williams, thank you so much for being here. Tim Senor will be joining us in probably half an hour to an hour as well. And I want to say a big thank you for you guys stepping up to the plate late here and bringing us a great show tonight, because I know we're going to get into it. And one of the topics I want to talk about right off the bat here, guys, I cannot get it out of my head. David Grusch, this whistleblower who apparently worked for ETF, comes out and says, yes, we have crash retrievals. But for the first time ever, gentlemen, he comes out, he's the first guy to come out and say, we got the pilots. Whether the crash, whether the vehicles were crashed or whether they were landed, we got the pilots. Now, when the Two of the Stars Academy came out in 2016, 2017, and we heard everything, the one big argument that we heard out of them was we had to separate UFOs from what could possibly be our technology. Okay. And this is what really, it drove me nuts as an experiencer, because if it wasn't Russian, if it wasn't Chinese, if it wasn't from this planet, somebody had to be piloting it. And I remember having a conversation with Sean Cahill about this way back in the day. And he's like, Dave, we can't talk aliens. Do you think the public are ready for aliens? But all of a sudden, let's fast forward 6 years now. And David Grusch blows the mind off of the UFO world by saying, we got the pilots. And what surprises me about it, random guy, I'm going to start with you on this. Okay. What surprises me about it is the fact that the media really didn't catch on to that little statement. They were more like, hey, this whistleblower came out. He's saying UFOs are real and we got crash retrievals. How do you skip over the pilots? How do you skip over that? It blows my mind, my friend.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point to make, but I think it goes to show that the depth of everything that he's dropping all at the same time is a little bit overwhelming. So they want to take whatever they can put in a headline as far as the media goes, right? Can you guys hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. Trying a different setup tonight. Yeah, so I think just the totality of all of his, all the things he came forward with, to go that far in depth and not to have any follow-up, no specifics, there's no graphic they can use, there's no point they can't say bodies, being stored in Nevada or bodies being stored in Mississippi or whatever. There's not really in-depth information. Not to say that that's not obviously a huge deal, but I don't think there's enough tangible there to run with to where they could print with it, expand upon it, because they don't want to be wrong. That are, to what capacity are these bodies? And are these the ones from the 40s? Are they recent? I think there's too many unknowns there. And if you're going to wade into this as an official media company, you don't want to go all the way in. You don't want to push all your chips in on, we got bodies. You start with, hey, there's a guy who's pretty prominent who's coming out and making these claims. And then you have subsequent articles, which will follow up, I assume, over the next month, where they go into craft, they go into bodies, they go into retrieval, and then they'll talk about what legal complications he's probably going to face. That's what I would do. I mean, I'm not a journalist, but that's how I don't want to say it this way, but that's how you milk something like this for a month and get stories out of it.
And I agree with you on milking the stories. Lord knows I did it many a time when I was a reporter. I mean, if you got something hot, you got to continue trying to figure out how do you keep that story in the face of everything. And I think you nailed it right on the head there. And with that being said, here's the thing that kind of gets me. Okay. For years, we were told we weren't allowed to bring UFOs and aliens together. And yet I remember, getting on the phone with people like Nicole Sackich and Science Bob and everybody. And I've even said on the air many a times, you can't have one without the other. Something is flying these craft, whether they are drones or whether they are piloted. Something is flying the craft. And if it isn't from here, it's from there, wherever there is. And the fact that we are now admitting that David Grusch admitted that he believes, because remember, we're going off of vocal testimony here. He believes that secret government agents and agencies are holding on to this, along with some sort of private company. And whether it's a company like Raytheon or Battelle or Lockheed Martin or who knows, maybe Bigelow Industries, we don't know, is holding on to this, which if the bodies are in a private company's hands, we will never see them because they are completely protected from any FOIA requests whatsoever. But the idea, Marquise, that is the first time that publicly it was said we're not alone. How did that make you feel when that came out?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, excited, elated, chaotic, psychotic. I couldn't believe it. I thought to myself, like, is this really the moment that we're going to have an official? And in my mind, from my perspective, it was the fact that it was somebody that I could consider credible, right? Somebody that I feel like everyone could unanimously consider a credible person is making these claims. I've already known, I've always known, I've always believed. Most of us have here, right? However, to hear this, it felt like now the people that didn't believe, they would see the credibility of this witness and also believe. That to me was a big moment because it was not just about they're telling us about aliens. It was about the fact that I feel like the general population is now going to be unified in the idea that we are not alone in the universe. That's what I felt.
Very true. And I can see that as well, but more importantly, random guy, you brought up a very important point that I think we need to touch on because I don't think a lot of media outlets are actually touching on this. You said as the media kind of spreads out this story, there are going to be, and it's already really started, major investigations of everybody and their dog breaking down who is David Grusch. What do we know about him? We know he's currently a retired member of the United States Air Force. We know he is currently a realtor in the state of Colorado, which I'm pretty sure he's not selling any houses right now. Okay, worried about this. And I went to his company's website and he's nowhere to be found on there right now. Go figure. Okay, because I'm sure that company is fielding a lot of phone calls. And you know what? If you're one of the UFO wingnuts like I am out there, do us a favor. Don't call the guy's job asking for him or his bosses what they know about UFOs. Give the guy a little bit of a break here. But the point that I'm getting at is this. Okay, random guy, you really stated something very strong, that there is going to be all sorts of intelligence agencies or agents out there and companies and media outlets really trying to break down every facet of this person's life to find out who he is. What did he have for breakfast? How many times a day does he go to the bathroom? What does he drive? What's his favorite video game? What kind of apple does he prefer? Macintosh or Red Delicious? Okay, this is what's going to happen here with him. Can you explain what you think is going to happen and why?
Well, I mean, this is kind of par for the course. So there's going to be different segments because you're going to have three different things. First of all, you have the government side, right? So the government is going to be, depending on what side of the government. So there's going to be clandestine people if he's telling the truth. So here's how it breaks down. If he's telling the truth, the clandestine side of the house is going to be working to discredit him or find a way around his whistleblower protection to say, okay, you're allowed to say this, but you're not allowed to say that. Say that, you're going to prison. That kind of stuff. So that's going to be one side. Then there's going to be the other side of the government, usually the side that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. That's like, yay, we're going to get a briefing on this and we're part of a committee and we're moving forward. Those people don't know anything. Those are the lambs of the government. And they might mean well, and I'm not being disrespectful for the people that fulfill those positions. But when you're talking about the clandestine or black world versus congressmen, committees, white world military, they're no match for the apparatus that goes on behind the scenes. So you have that part. Then you have the media. The media is going to scrutinize. Anybody that's pro ufology is going to paint this as the holy grail. All right. They're going to milk it for their content. They're going to say this is it. Or on the flip side, I guess there is that portion that's just there because there's that toxic side of ufology that's just like everything is fake unless I say it. Everybody's a scam unless it's my guy. Because of the infighting. So, but I think that's a small part of ufology, but it's a loud part. Usually the negative people are the loudest ones in the room. So you're going to have the media. Who is this guy? Is he valid? is it something we can run with? Fox, CNN, like every single major media outlet reported that story now at this point. Everybody's at least presented the fact that that occurred to the public. Now, whether they follow up on it will tell you a lot about their motivation and their caring, and whether it's true or not, and their caring, and whether it's going to lead to disclosure or more information. And then the third component is going to be the public. General public, I mean, let's face it, 80% of the people walking around day to day, they're like, unless the alien's blocking my commute, I could care less. Right. That's just, that's it. To get that 80% to care, you're going to have to do something dramatic. And what that's going to mean, it can mean two things. Either this guy has to be validated, or you have to arrest him. So that will grab attention. So the nefarious side, or the clandestine side, that's like, hey, this guy's telling too much truth, we got to get rid of him. And I'm not saying kill him or MIB him or anything, but maybe just knock him off the pedestal enough to where it's not a problem anymore. They're rooting for that. So they're going to do everything they can. They'll pull up his strip club receipts if he ever went. You know what I mean? Like anything you could do. Like I'm not saying it's the exact same thing as Lazar, but anybody that's come forward, it's like, all right, where did they ever cheat on their taxes? Did they ever cheat on their wife? Did they ever, park in a handicap when they weren't supposed to? And they pull that kind of stuff to build discredit because, and unfortunately in the world we live in, we all have Twitter. Your perspective is your reality. And if they can just convince enough people, it doesn't even have to be in a court of law. It doesn't even have to be on History Channel or in any official capacity. If the majority of people say that guy's a fraud, or if they're not rooting for him, the American people especially, I'm sure Canada's similar, we love the underdog. We like the guy that's standing up and fighting and winning. We love that comeback story and the David Goliath. We tune in for that, right? But if that guy's a piece of crap, or something about him makes it so you don't like him, whatever it is, you can't relate to that guy anymore, then you no longer put any care to whether he's telling the truth or not. You just make a personal decision to tune that guy out. And that's a danger they run into.
Okay, so the fact when he says he's in danger of going public, there's truth to that then?
Legally, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now,
I don't think somebody's going to come. I don't think Boris with the 22 is going to pay him a visit, or Men in Black or anything. These days, they don't have to resort to those things anymore. Nowadays, they can just erase you digitally. And if they get your reputation and your digital footprint under control, it doesn't really matter what you say. You're a non-factor.
Right. Okay, so the idea behind that then, because this makes me real curious, and this is kind of a road that we've never really gone down with our audience on an important level. The idea that, and you heard the incredible job investigative journalist Ross Coulthart did with David Grusch. And I thought Ross asked him a lot of tough questions. I thought Ross asked him a lot of pointed questions. But a lot of people are reacting to the way David Grusch reacted, that it almost seems like he was acting like it was fake, that, if he actually saw these documents, he would be a lot more emotional. He would be a lot more freaked out about talking, rather than so matter of fact, like, yep, I saw the documents. We have crash retrievals. We have the pilots, and yet he was very matter of fact. And I saw a lot of people online who were saying that just seems way too contrived for such a big story. Is that training, random guy? Is that media training? Is it maybe a health issue? Because I know someone like Michael Schratt, who is an incredible aviation historian, one of the best in North America. But I also know that Michael suffers from Asperger's. And when he's focused on something, he's very poignant. He's very to the point. You can't joke with him because he doesn't get it. He's so focused on the material.
Yeah, I mean, it's two parts. I think it's both. I don't think it's the Asperger's thing. What I think it is, you don't get to a position that he's held, that Mr. Grusch has held, and the things he's done in the government. Unfortunately, whether you're in the military, you're in the GS system, or you're in the executive system, it's basically a huge political game. You got to play a big dog and pony show at every position. Everything is about how it's presented. The reality is part of it. The reality is like 40% of what you're actually doing, and 60% of it is how it's palatable to the people above you. whether you're going for bullets, a rating for your EPR, whether you're going for a promotion, whether you're going for anything. And Marquise, you were in the military, you've seen at least enough to know what I'm talking about here. It's all about the presentation of your performance. So you learn, you hone even by the time you're an E5, a staff sergeant, you already learned the first echelon of BSing your superiors, right? Because now you are that mid-level NCO. And then if you're an officer, by the time you're a captain, typically, you know how to make your way around those rounds. So a colonel, a general, or a GS-15 equivalent, which is like, in the federal civilian world, the man's been in a lot of rooms. The man's had to give briefings. The man's had to have a lot of practice talking to people and making things palatable, and he might be freaking out inside, but he's definitely got to be a pro at that. Besides the fact, going between working with all the media people that he's worked with for these presentations, it would absolutely shock me if he didn't at least at a minimum have an attorney going over scripts with him, and probably more likely even potentially a PR person that rehearses to make sure that he doesn't make one misstep from the legality stuff that he's allowed to say, because he says one wrong sentence, he's done regardless. So it would not surprise me if he's had some coaching as well as the 30 years of experience he probably had in his career.
Very true. And Marquise, let's get your opinion on this as a veteran yourself. I mean, you are someone who understands the ranking system. You understand how the military is played. I mean, for you, when you look at his reaction and the way he was very matter of fact, did that win you over? Or did that make you feel that maybe there was some secrets there being hidden?
Well, for me, I didn't even think about my military experience, because my experience with officers has been more straight-faced. He has a much more relaxed personality, which kind of makes me think that Random Guy's hypothesis about the idea that he was coached is probably more likely, because having his experience would make him a little bit colder versus personable. And in that interview, he was trying to be personable. I kind of felt like he was just a regular dude who was in a high position, but is very capable. But wasn't like the hard type that I've seen in the military. So to Random Guy's point, I think probably a combination of those, especially with the training. That's what I think. Now, when it comes to his authenticity, I think that we have to kind of trust that the people around him and the people that have supported him are verifying his credibility. Because if you were to take the interview at face value, of course you can make all kinds of assumptions about deception, and he just seems coached, and you can do that. But if you were to think about the credibility factor of those around him and the fact they put that in him, the credibility of his claims, the IG, for example, the ICIG, I think that's a pretty big indication that his information, at least, is genuine.
Yeah, and what do you think about that, Random Guy? Genuine? Did you take him, David Grusch, as genuine?
No, I liked what he said, and I think what Marquise is skirting the issue of is a lot of people at that high of a position have a God complex, and they tend to talk down the people around them. Am I correct? Like, you didn't want
I didn't want to say it. It's essentially yes. Yeah, 100%.
People at those levels,
yeah.
In the government hierarchy, you're a number, you're disposable, and when people get power, I mean, occasionally there's cool people, but let's face it, it's government work. 3 out of 4 people are on
at that level too. At that level,
and they do not hesitate. The only time you see people humble themselves that have those kind of levels of clearances, ability, supervision is when the media is looking or oversight is looking. So for sure,
I like
for sure. I'm right.
I know.
Like, if you were to work with that guy in the office, I'm sure it's 100.
Oh yeah, it would be totally different. I think.
That's not to say he's a bad person, but the thing is, in the military, we get stuff done. And so we don't have time always for your feelings.
No.
And some guys take that a little extreme. It's like, this is the mission, get it done. Like, and even though when they transfer to that civilian world, I'll finish. Yeah. Even when they transfer to that civilian world, some of that still carries over. They bring that NCO or commander like vision with them.
Gentlemen, we're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour on Spaced Out Radio. We are talking about the UFO story. There's been so much happening this past week. We're getting deep into it tonight and on our YouTube channel tomorrow night as well. When we come back, is David Grusch desensitized to the UFO topic? It's an interesting way to look at it. when we return on Spaced Out Radio, Whistleblower Hour in Hour 1. All right, gentlemen, we are clear. Hey, I'm noticing a lot of brand new faces in our chat room tonight. Thank you so much, and welcome to Spaced Out Radio. If this is your first time tuning us in, or maybe tuning us in live, just so you know, we are a hybrid of a live radio show, a live YouTube channel, and a live podcast. We take breaks at the bottom and tops of the hours because we have to time everything out for our radio stations. Now, the good part about it is you actually get to see behind the scenes of what we talk about during the breaks, while our radio people do not. If you can, we'd love it if we can earn you to hit that subscribe button and ring that bell. We got a great store on our website, spacedoutradio.com, and Simply Coco is having a nice glass of Merlot tonight to share, and she's got enough for everybody. So just go visit Simply Coco at the bar if you want a nice glass of Merlot to enjoy the show. Otherwise, if you don't mind, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, and after the show, if you could, leave a comment. Let us know what you think, where we were right, where we were wrong, or your opinion. It all helps out with our algorithms and helps us grow. So we appreciate you tuning us on in. If you have any questions, we'll take questions starting in hour number 2. And if you could, in our chat room, type them in capital letters. The wrenches will let you know, and we'll make things happen from there. But thank you so much for all the new faces here with us tonight. I am not military. Marquise over here has served in the military. The Guy, random guy down there, he has served in the military. Tim Senor has not. And if you're wondering who the artist is, that's Dirty Filth. His job is to draw some amazing cartoons, and every now and again give us a shot of one of his cats. And if you haven't, this is his book right above me, Cryptid Cartoons, that can be found on Amazon. And Filth is an amazing artist, and we love him here. He's a huge part of our team. Let's say hello to Welsh Hammer. Peanut butter and jam, my favorite sandwich. How you doing? And thank you for tuning us in, man, and joining our chat room. Deb, thank you for the super chat. And who else joined us? I believe there was somebody up here. Paul Francis, looking like Gene Simmons in his picture. And yeah, I like this. Tired of the over-religious narrative. Anybody else? Dudes born in the 70s? 73 right here, man. 70. Random guy, you're like 96 or something like that. You know, hey, there's Blob. There's Blob.
Did you say 96?
No, he's like 87, 88.
Yeah, about 10 years before that, but yeah, we're close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This has been a crazy week.
What's it like being born in the 80s?
Well, you know, it's very colorful, if you will.
I thought that was the 60s.
No, it was definitely the 80s, dude. Windbreakers and multicolored clothes.
Oh, I lived through the 80s. I remember.
It was terrible. It was terrible. It was weird. I used to wear them all the time. I don't know what was wrong with me, but I used to wear them all the time.
And parachute pants.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I just wish we could bring back jean shorts.
Oh my gosh.
Jean shorts and knee-high socks.
How about Speedos while you're at it? How about that?
Whoa.
That's going a little too far there.
It's a little extreme.
Some of us are Canadian and swim in cold water, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no thank you with the cold water. No thank you.
Yeah.
Another whale attack, by the way. Another whale. The whales have been attacking fishermen and boats, just boats all over the
Mediterranean.
They're probably out of food from their ecosystem, so they're lashing out.
Well, they're not attacking the people. From what I understand, there was a marine biologist or something like that. She studies specifically killer whales, and she said that they were, in her mind, her brain told her that they're playing around with these people, but I'm not so sure. They're pretty smart. They know what they're doing.
As long as it doesn't come to the West Coast, I'm okay. Hi, KDA. Long time, no time. Susie B. How are you, my dear?
Susie B and her staff.
Let's be honest. Susie B had the jacket of the party.
She had the best staff, too.
Yep. And thank you so much, Susie B, for the super chat, along with Monica, Maggie, Deb, Mike, Cat Chaser ×2, and Human Carl.
How do we know he's really human?
Because he's not Alien Carl. I've seen his
Likely
picture.
story.
No, that makes
And
sense. That makes sense.
He looks nothing
Likely
like
story.
Alien Carl who showed up at my window. Rex Goodrum, how you doing? Good to see you. Okay, guys, we're coming back in 10 seconds. Reminder to all of you, thumbs up, thumbs down, hit that subscribe button. And if you're wanting to do some shopping, hi CS, go to spacedoutradio.com. Here we go with the second half hour. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, do us a favor and check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It's a UFO study tonight. Marquise Williams from the After Hours Show, random guy who's just random and may or may not have some military experience. We haven't checked his resume yet. He is with us as well. Tim Senor from the UFO Report will be coming in a little bit later. We're talking about David Grusch here. This is the whistleblower who everybody in the world is talking about right now if you're talking UFOs. And one of the topics that came up a couple times in our chat room here was about desensitization. Now, random guy, I want to start with you on this one because you have spent a lot of time in the field. You are a veteran. Thank you so much for your service as well. And you have met a lot of people within the field in special operations and everything that goes along with serving in the military and overseas. Soldiers get focused. It's like a professional athlete gets focused on what they have to do. I could not pitch a baseball in front of 30,000 people or even 300 people like an Oakland A's game. Okay. But I could sure throw a pitch in my backyard, but it's the focus, it's the nerves that a lot of us don't have. We don't have that focus. And we're not desensitized to an audience or people booing or people making comments or yelling or cheering on or anything like that, or focused on the fact that there could be bullets flying over our head, one of the two. So what I'm trying to get at here is when we come to certain subjects, a lot of times if we're pushed right into it quite a bit, we get desensitized to what is around us, the scenarios around us. Do you see that with a guy like David Grusch when it comes to working with the UAPTF and learning all he did about this subject, that UFOs are real and aliens being here could be very well real?
Well, I mean, first of all, what you're referring to in the military we call stress inoculation. So what you do is you train, and this goes to even EMS, firefighters, cops, other people doing different occupations. It's just obviously special forces. They do it the best in the world. But no matter what you're doing, you could be a physician, a nurse, and you have to basically teach yourself what's called stress inoculation. You basically, that fight or flight adrenaline dump that you get, you put yourself through that scenario in your training enough times that when it's time to go, you don't have that spike. Everybody has a spike. Everybody has a reaction. If they say they don't, they're lying. And it's just a matter of how you control and you fight back and you let it pass, how quickly you can move forward through your OODA loop and everything else in your mind and getting yourself back under control. So it's stress inoculation. That's the word you're looking for. They do extensive training with that. Even as far as the physical fitness and stuff they do, it's to teach you to completely break your mind, have your body in full panic, and still perform under pressure. That's what almost all of that training is about from start to finish, even before you get into shooting people or dropping bombs. Moving forward to what you're talking about with the UAP stuff with Grusch, with all the stuff he's been through. My guess is the UAP stuff was easy at that point, because it doesn't matter if you worked intelligence, threat assessment, terrorism, military, Iraq, Afghanistan. I will go as far to say National Guard at Katrina, or certain things.
Yeah.
You've seen some stuff, right? And you know what you're made of. And so it really feels like probably at this point, it was just a matter of him stockpiling that information, again, assuming he's telling the truth, and having the guts to say, I'm ready to risk it to divulge it. I don't think there was any kind of PTSD stress-related reaction to divulging this. It's not like I would have a hard time believing he couldn't sleep at night, so he brought it forward. It was more, it would have to be an ethical or moral conviction of his, in my opinion.
Marquise, your thoughts?
That actually was what was stated about his character before. When he first came out, people were saying that he is a person that has this high level of integrity. Like his peers said that he was one of the most, of all the people that have integrity, he's one of the highest. He holds integrity at a high, at a high value system, as part of his value system. So I think that, to your point, random guy, yes, I think that I agree 100% about that stress inoculation. When it comes to his demeanor, he clearly is desensitized to the things he's talked about. For example, we saw Chris Lato go crazy, about this situation, and then we see Grusch, who has firsthand knowledge through documentation and otherwise, and have spoken to some of the witnesses who have direct contact with this material, this information, and yet he comes out and he has, again, this personable, very relaxed and calm talking about the situation, even to the point where he mentions that there have been loss of life as a consequence of coming in contact with these things. Still nothing, but maybe just, yep, there have been. Yep. Whereas with us, we go crazy, like, oh my gosh, somebody lost their life, and we're not talking about that. Yeah, I think for sure the stress inoculation is a clear, it's evident.
Do you think that's the reason why, gentlemen, and either one of you can answer, that maybe we're seeing a lot of these YouTube channels who are doing like body studies on him, on his reactions,
Yeah.
trying to read his reactions of whether or not he's telling the truth? Do you think that that's a reason why we're getting maybe a lot of false advertisement when it comes to people trying to break down whether he's telling the truth or not?
Well, body language experts, if they're good, will make it very clear that it's not 100% either way if you don't know the person. So they have to establish a baseline, right? When you're doing body language, you need to establish a baseline. But if you're doing that from a 1-hour interview, you can't do a very good analysis on a person that isn't in the public view as much as like a politician, for example. You can develop the baseline over years and years and years of seeing that person in the public, having conversations, being interviewed, and so forth. When it comes to David Grusch, these body language experts, at least the good ones, will make it very clear that it's inconclusive at best. They can't determine whether or not I watched a guy who did a body language analysis, and they made similar arguments that you did, random guy. The bottom line is that the guy that I watched said that to what I'm mentioning now, that it's inconclusive. They can't tell whether he's telling the truth or not, whether he's authentic or not. They do believe that he believes in what he's saying, but whether or not he knows anything about deception, about the information, whether it's not true, whether he's part of a psyop, they can't determine that. There's no telling because the baseline's not there.
No, Marquise is right. In order to actually know, there's people to make a living in this, in the FBI, the CIA, and other agencies, and you have like a baseline of human emotion and human tells, if you will, of indicators that tell like when someone's lying. But a professional or anybody that's been coached for more than a few hours can overcome those and project. So the way you find out is the same way a good poker player does. You have to know the person you're playing against and realize when something's out of place. And since none of us know this guy and there's no footage of him, Marquise is 100% correct.
Okay. So the idea then, and I want to move on from David Grusch right after this question, the idea then that we are going to see him, a lot more of him over the next little bit, because he has a lot of questions, and there's going to be a media tour that kind of goes along with that. It's kind of already started, but my sources, and I know random guy, your sources have also stated that there is at least 8 to 12 more of these guys and maybe ladies who are ready to come out via the whistleblower. What does that do for somebody like David Grusch's story, with him being the first, and now the possibility that over the next 6 months to a year, we could have another 8 to 12 more David Grusch like people come out and authenticating this type of story?
I mean, at first glance, it sounds exciting, doesn't it? We're finally going to get the truth. But then I worry. I worry because if they find a foundation or a chink in his armor and they're able to apply that broadly, whether it's a violation or setting a parameter to what whistleblowing they're allowed to participate in, then it could potentially take all 8 to 12 of those out of the game simultaneously using whatever protocol they use against him. So I mean, it's like I'm encouraged, but I'm hesitant because we know how this stuff goes. So we'll let it play out. We'll see what happens. It's good that more people want to come forward. But the other thing is, if we have 8 to 12 people and we get 8 to 12 different stories and none of them are overlapping, I mean, there can't be that many people, right? There can't be that many programs. Because if we're talking about UAP, extraterrestrial bodies, or anything of that nature, it surely has to be 1 or 2 or maybe 3 super secret programs. It can't possibly be a dozen, right? So we should assuredly see some crossover, corroboration, and confirmation between this dozen people. If we don't get that, I'm going to be concerned that it's all going to wash away.
And your thoughts, Marquise?
Every time random guy has this, I can't deny that that's a concern. It's just like yesterday or the other day when you mentioned about the financial situation incentive, that would be a concern as well. I will say this. I think that along with not only the other witness testimony, but the evidence brought forth to the ICIG, who has said that his claims are credible and urgent, and the evidence and information he's provided to members of Congress that have clearance in private sessions, and along with, of course, the investigative journalism of Coulthart, Leslie Kean, and Ralph Blumenthal, I think that there's a solid enough case to be made that even if there is some kind of chink in his armor, there's still credibility to the claims. And we can dismiss David Grusch at any point in this whole conversation, but we cannot dismiss the claims that he's made, because at this point, those claims are of the utmost importance. And again, as the ICIG has said, they're credible and urgent. So
I want to see some kinetic. I want to see some kinetic action here, though.
No, you do not. No, you do not. You say that. I mean, he always says that, but everybody says that till the Whitley Strieber tomorrow night.
But here's the thing, okay? So following on the heels of this, we see Dr. Stephen Greer bring out 6 different whistleblowers who allegedly gave their testimony to the Arrow program and Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, where it apparently their reports to Arrow just seem to have never made it to the front desk, or maybe made it to the trash can, or some filing drawer never to be open again. Yet apparently they've also testified in front of the whistleblowers program, and they include colonels, they include former pilots, they include soldiers, and everything like that. How do you compare, say, somebody like David Grusch, random guy, to what we saw Dr. Stephen Greer bring out?
They're entirely different things. Greer is kind of like a figurehead. People bring him stuff. He elaborates on it. He's like a reverend, at a church. Like he's pontificating based on the testimony of his people. Like, you know what I mean? That's I look at him as like a preacher on TV. He gets excited, call the 800 number, make a donation. Like, that doesn't take away what he's doing and what he's saying, but that's the way this dude strikes me, right? So his whole thing is like, everybody comes to me, I'm the Messiah, I'm the chosen one, I got you, just make sure I get paid, and I'll break you all off, right? I got the miracles on point, right? That's kind of his thing. Deserve it or not, that's how he rolls, and enough people believe in it, the man is paid, right? That's a real thing. So with Grusch, it's like, I don't know if his motivation, and Marquise alluded to this earlier, I had mentioned this. I was like, you got to protect your integrity before you get paid. Get paid. Everybody get paid. I'm with you. Get your money. But you got to solidify your integrity before you get paid, because if you get paid before you got your foundation, then forever you will be questioned and in doubt. If we know that you risked it all and you were validated before you got the big payday, it makes a huge difference in the perspective of the average person that's learning about this and trying to take you seriously. And it doesn't matter what, he could be the best person in the world. Unfortunately, we're human beings. We're cynical. we're sinners, like bad things happen, right? So you want to see good things first, then get your money. Like that's
Get your money. Like this guy. Well, all right. True.
Well, moving on here, because we got a lot to go on here. We got about 9 minutes before we got to go to break at the top of the hour. It's Science Bob and Friends without Science Bob because he's ill on the designated injured list. We got Random Guy and Marquise Williams here with us tonight. Now, Random Guy, you kind of did some investigation about a report in Las Vegas. Now, this report came down. Apparently, it happened going from April 30th to May 1st. A family alleges that they heard a big boom. Next thing they know, there's aliens running around their vehicles between 8 to 10 feet tall, big black eyes, and they weren't there to sign any autographs or anything. Now, you've actually checked out this location. And what's your thoughts on this story, first and foremost?
Oh man, this has run the gamut. You know what's funny is like, so I have tons of friends, especially being in Vegas. We actually got the address. I won't tell you how I got it because then they'll get in trouble. But it was an official source because I don't know the address, but I got it from an official source. And it's funny because I know cops, I got fire, I got managers, I got OSI guys, I got FBI guys, I got sources here. It's turned into this really funny. It's almost like we're having a big slumber party with all of my 40 and 50-year-old friends right now and having a laugh about this because everybody's giving it just enough seriousness that we're looking at this and we're going out there and everybody's checking it out. Everybody's calling in favors like, who knows what, who's got a cam, I know guys are calling in traffic cams, like crazy stuff. These are perfect. Like if these guys, if you knew who they were, you would be like, you know, unreproachable, the guy you see on the news wearing a uniform and, you know, and they're giggling like teenage girls at a slumber party with me about, are there aliens out there? So it's kind of funny. No one, at least at this level where I'm around, is taking it that serious. It's kind of like we need a little bit more. Now, that's not to say because I won't disclose how and who. I have seen some very high level talks about taking this seriously. But when I saw some of the messaging and communications that are going on, these are people that are connected to 3-letter agencies, but they're not here. And they were giving this like, I feel like, I don't want to say they're lying, but they're fluffing the story. They're adding things to it. And the only reason I know they're adding to it is because it's like a telephone game. They keep adding on something. This unit was dispatched. This was observed by air traffic control. This happened. And there's little tiny things that I won't get specific on, but I know to be inaccurate in some of those stories. So my overall feeling, and I've been there myself, it was a super weird place and but I also had in my mind something weird happened here, right? So I was already predisposed to look for, you know, something that I could construe as not normal. But overall, I feel like it's either an elaborate hoax or a combination of two separate events. And I don't think that it's worth investing, especially with Grusch, NASA, all these other things. I feel like it's a massive disservice to really focus down on this incident in Vegas with the limited data that's available when we have all this other stuff that we should be really digging our teeth into right now.
Okay, so you were at the location. Do you think these guys saw what they saw, or do you think they're searching for a 15 minutes of fame because everybody's talking UFOs and it's an easy cause right now?
Well, there's little things. So like I pay attention to details. My first guess is it's a hoax. They're trying to get it paid. There's all this UFO stuff in the news. Everybody knows if you post a UFO video, a UAP, anything related to that right now, you're going to trend. You're going to get hits, right? But there's small things. Let me give you an example. One of the things was brought up is the phones. There were so many phones, you know, there's like, I don't know if there was 5 or 6 people there on scene when this occurred. The initial, so let's say that it is a hoax. Let's go with that. Just to look at this through the lens of they're setting this up to deceive the public. The first phone they used had 2% phone battery on it. They had to take the phone, that phone died, and they had to switch to another phone. And I know because I've seen a screenshot of the phone that was used and it had a 2% battery. Well, it was
Hold on,
force back.
random guy. That 2% was after the event happened and they
So-
made the 911 call.
What's that?
That 2% was after the phone call was made to the 911 dispatch. So that means that the event had already happened, and then they had the 2% battery life at the end of that situation.
Sure. So
I differ vastly from you, so I apologize. I just had
no, that's fine. Thank you for that's fine. So so the elapsed time from the alleged event to the 911 call.
Yep.
Do we know what that distance was? 10 minutes, 20 minutes?
It's impossible to tell unless we can. I mean, the recount was written already because when you're in that situation, the last thing you're thinking about is, okay, remember every detail. You know what it's like being in a tense, emotionally, chaotic situation along with other people. You're not going to be able to have the level of coherence that we're expecting from him. And I think that's
overall, my point is this. Would you, if you were going to set up a hoax, would you not set your lighting? Would you not make sure all your devices were charged to film it? Would you not make sure the things were in order?
Right.
To facilitate that. So there are some little details like that are out there, like questionable. It doesn't prove anything. It's anecdotal, right? But I would say there's small things like that where I'm like, maybe, but. And then you saw the circle, right? The supposed landing site. I hate it when they call it traps.
Yeah, that was odd. Yeah, it was a bit odd.
First of all, it's like a perfect circle. And I've seen some reports, it was visible before. I don't know. My gut impression is that it's not legitimate. And the reason it's getting so much attention is because, again, I personally know law enforcement, Air Force, FBI, like people are talking about it and everybody kind of wants to go see and talk about it. So there is activity around it. It's like self-perpetuating of dudes that are like our age. They're like, dude, I got to know. I got to go check this out. Like, so I can go talk about it. That's kind of like the off-channel stuff that's going on with it.
Interesting. So basically what you're saying for our audience, it's hype. It's all about the subject matter right now. And people are going to try and jump on it in order to, get their 15 minutes of pain.
I think so.
Fame. The one thing that I want to get into in the next hour here is this disclosure for dollars. We see a lot of separate groups bidding for a lot of money here, guys, from $50 million to $100 million to $50 billion. And we're going to get into a lot of that in the next half hour of the show, because to me, as an experiencer, and Marquise, I know you're an experiencer, random guy, you're an experiencer who doesn't want to admit it because you got aliens as well. Yes, you do. Okay. The one thing that I want to get into is this is where we start seeing a lot of the BS coming through. We got Enigma Labs. We have Galileo Project. We have the SCU. We have the pilots putting their team together. We have NASA begging for money. Stephen Greer wants a $1 billion payday. Okay. This disclosure for dollars is getting absolutely out of hand. And we need to talk about it because somewhere, somehow, the unfortunate part is these guys have the ears to the politicians. The politicians hold the keys to the bank. And if they get together, what does that mean? For an experiencer like me, I already know. Marquise, you already know what's going on. Random guy, you're learning. You're on step number 1 of 5 right now. Okay? Once you get to that 5th step, you're going to see them aliens. You're going to believe. Truly believe. But the idea behind it is this is an ugly business we're starting to see come forward. The experiencers have never asked for a dime, people. They've never asked for a dime. All they want to know is one question. Why me? Why was it me that was chosen? Why did my happily boring life come to a close? It isn't about a television show. It isn't about a movie deal. It isn't about a book deal. Because Lord knows, if you know any major authors in this field, you know that they're happy to sell 100 books per copy that they write, where they can break even. We're going to get more into this when we return on Spaced Out Radio for hour number 2. Disclosure for dollars is the big one. Believe it or not, it's a thing. Hard to believe, but show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money, Jerry McGwier. Hour 2 of Spaced Out Radio is next. Hi, guys. This is fun so far. This is really fun.
Yeah. Well, random guy, we got to talk sometime about this, because I've got some. There's a few things that I had to say about your about what you said, and we got to talk about that, because the one thing that I was
I'm disappearing.
Yeah. For some reason I'm invested in this situation, and I don't mean like as in I believe them. That's not even the point. That I think that you're making very valid criticism about the situation, especially when it comes to how can we tell. There's not enough information to really go off of whether or not it's a real account or not. There really isn't. There's so many questions. There's so many things left open. There's so many, there's not enough for me to say this is absolutely real. It is compelling for sure. But to one thing that you mentioned was the idea, the fact that there are people that you have connections with that are in a position to know that are interested in this situation. That means that they don't have inside knowledge about the family themselves. And if they wanted to, I mean, they could access cell phone records. They could, if they really wanted to, they could do the whole NSA thing, right? But they haven't. And even if they have, they still consider this notable enough for them to pay attention to at the level that you're referring to, these contexts. That's one thing that I think is important to notice. So the next thing I think is important to notice is that although there have been many, there is an attempt by this family, specifically the young men, to tell their story because they believed in their head. And I can see the naivety of these kids. They're naive. They don't understand how vicious the community is. And I mean absolutely vicious to people. At this point, I'm halfway to never telling my story again in public because of the criticism I've received about my experience not being, because it wasn't angelic, then it's bad. It was wrong. I just made it up because it wasn't beautiful. I get that feeling that he's getting right now, where now the family is in hiding because of how they're being treated by the public. Yeah. And so when you got a family that's, you talk about monetary incentive, they don't even want the money anymore. They could capitalize on this right now. TikTok.
Well, I heard they're actually stopping the story, but that's neither here nor there, because they should just get paid. If they're going to go through all the harassment and BS, you might as well get a check for it, right?
Yes, but that would do exactly the thing that you said would happen with Grusch, even if it's a different situation with these kids, because now they'd say, oh, they just want to pay out, and it wasn't real. We have the most documented case in recent history of a potential real, live, bizarro situation like this freaking Twilight Zone.
Did you hear?
And we've done nothing
but take on this.
Richard Doty, I haven't heard it, and even if I did, I wouldn't trust anything that man says.
So Doty agrees with you that it's real. He went on a Twitter.
I didn't say that. I said that it is the most documented case of, and isn't that wouldn't that be interesting? Doty validating a case, wouldn't that be the thing that would bring attention to the fact that it's not real?
Well, Doty had a whole narrative that was like,
well,
better than a CIA report to the president.
Right. So I want you to think about this though for a second. If Doty backs a case up, isn't the credibility of that case less now because of it? Then wouldn't it be?
You tell me. I don't know Doty, but
Doty
is everything I hear is that I hear mixed things about. But I find it entertaining. Yeah. The only suspicious thing I've ever seen about Doty is the way he seems to have like these complete. Like somebody wrote a news article, an editorial,
obviously,
and exaggerated the crap out of it as though. And I'm not saying he's not telling the truth, but it's so.
No, he's already admitted.
Everybody listen to me, attention seeker is what it yells.
Yeah, he's already admitted to being a counterintelligence agent against the American people. He's admitted to giving false information.
You don't think he is that now? He's just an old guy that wants attention, right?
You can't come back from that, my guy. You can't come back from that. You become an open and admitted counterintelligence agent against the American people, the disinformation agent, specifically people, disinformation agent. You can never come back from that.
But he's pretty embraced by the community as a whole, love him or hate him.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because of how he talks about the phenomena.
Right.
We'll talk off air about my thoughts about that. I don't want to be too salacious, but this whole situation with the kid in Vegas, there are detractors for sure, but there will always be detractors. But at this point, the fact that people have scared this young man into hiding.
Well, the
Not
family
okay.
wasn't. The house was blacked out when I went there yesterday.
Yeah.
So
This
yeah,
is
they're
this
definitely
is not good.
there.
Yeah, this is
So
not good, man. It's not
I'm
good.
gonna hit a refill
Now,
real quick. I'll be right back.
yeah, we've scared again. I think people are gonna get what they deserve. If they keep doing this, we're gonna get what we deserve, and that's nothing from these situations.
Well, we have to figure out whether he's telling the truth or not.
Yes, but we can do that without harassment and scaring an entire family into hiding. Absolutely, Dave, 100%. I don't want to dispute that. We need to find out if this is true, but we need to do it in a way that's respectful. I mean, it just I don't understand the vitriol.
There is no respect, though. That's the problem, Marquise. You're still hoping ufology can be
Yes.
utopic.
I'm naive, man. You know this. Why are we talking about this?
All right. Thank you, Enki, for that amazing super chat. Hi, Timmy. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, gang? Thanks for the invite. Coming in a little early, hanging out.
What's up, man?
What's up?
We're rocking out hard today.
Didn't mean to break your groove. I'm just, yeah.
Oh, no
Hi.
worries, man. I was going off.
Hey, Filthy. How's it going? Good. Double thumbs up. That's good.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on 2 seconds here. Thank you to Carl, Cat Chaser ×2, Mike, Deb, Maggie, Monica, Susie, and Enki for the super chats. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us, will you, at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club for the second night in a row. Tractor. Tractor is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter @SpacedOutRadio, Instagram @SpacedOutRadio Show, and on TikTok @Spaced Out Radio. It's Science Bob and friends. Without Science Bob, he's on the injured list, on the DL for at least 30 days. So we'll talk to him next month. But we are talking about UFOs. It's been an incredible week full of news and ideas that we haven't even had a chance to scrub the surface of over the last week or so because, well, things kind of happened in my family and everything that's kind of gone on in between. But the show must go on. And we are joined tonight by Random Guy, by Marquise Williams from our YouTube After Hours show, and from the UFO Report, Tim Senor, who now joins us. And thank you, gentlemen, for being here tonight. It's a great honor to broadcast with such professionals like you guys. Well, except maybe Random Guy, but that's for another story right there. But nonetheless, guys, we got to get into a real heavy topic here for a second, because what ufology seems to be coming down to recently is money. Some people like to call it, and I love this term, disclosure for dollars. All of these groups seem to be asking for money. NASA, when they did their little fake or garbage, whatever you want to call it, their presentation, they were asking for $100 million in order to get new technology and sensors, so that way they could track these UAPs that they've never heard of before, even though there is recordings of their astronauts and their test pilots talking about UFOs flying right beside the rockets and test planes. We have People like the Galileo Project, Avi Loeb from Harvard, saying we need at least $50 million to upgrade our technology so that way we can start tracking these UAPs. We now have Dr. Stephen Greer asking for not only presidential pardons, but $50 billion in order to get these things going for technology, for answers, for free energy that could solve world hunger, that could solve the world energy crisis where oil and gasoline will never be needed again. We have groups like the Enigma Labs, which is a private group funded by a billionaire who just so happens to have defense contracts with the United States government in protecting their computer systems from hackers, looking for money and information in order to bring this UAP topic to the forefront. We have groups like the SCU and the pilots group. All of these different groups now are popping up looking to solve the UFO puzzle. Gentlemen, has it come down, and Tim, we're going to start with you because you're fresh here. Has it come down to disclosure for dollars? Is this now a real thing where the one thing that all of these groups seem to have in common is they want nothing to do with ufology? Zero, zilch, nada. They don't want to hear from experiencers unless they are military experiencers. They don't want to hear from the public. They don't care about Travis Walton. They don't care about the Andreessen family. They don't care about anybody who's been taken. Get out of their way. This is not about you. This is about us. Tim, take it away. What's your thoughts?
Thanks for having me again. Yeah, that's a great question. And it takes deep consideration because there's a lot of aspects to it. Disclosure for dollars, definitely, potentially, but I think that organizations that are revealing themselves in a way that shows that they're out for the dollar may reveal themselves pretty rapidly. But I do think that organizations do need funding. So if you're going to do an endeavor of some sort, you should have a business plan and show how you need the funding. And then it's totally okay to request, assistance. I think that goes without saying. You need funding for certain programs, but you need transparency along with that. But is the experiencer being considered? Potentially not, because we are seeing science looking for the data being provided by the experiencer, but not following up and wanting to maybe share back any other data back to the experiencer or provide any follow-up, or are there groups provided and things like that, or any support whatsoever? Usually not. It's very much a one-way street, but they want our data. They want the experiencers and the ufology groups, the historians that do all of the legwork. They want that data. So, we know that is another aspect that is to be considered. But ufology has existed for a long time without being funded. It's all been independently funded and independently sourced information. So a lot of it's probably valid. But I'll kick it back to the rest of the guys on the team. I do feel like there is an element of dollars for disclosure at this point. It does seem to be kind of shaping ufology a little bit.
All right. I mean, do you feel then, Tim, that the money is out there? Do you feel that all of these different groups that are coming together, a lot of them have the same people involved in different variations of these groups? Do you think they have an upper hand because they have the ears of the politicians right now? The politicians have been convinced that the public means nothing in this. This is about the military. This is about national security, threat narratives. They're going to get to the bottom of it because America's brightest minds are now on the UFO topic, and they are looking into it.
It's a great point. And it is big, big dollars. You're talking about billions of dollars, 60 some billion dollars just in one program request that we've heard recently. So we know that they're pushing at some point for this to progress in a very aggressive way. And some of them do come with some actionable plans, activating lawyers, trying to investigate some of the illegal programs that potentially existed via using the law. Some of the dangers, though, I think exist once you get into some of the heavier hitting illegalities that took place, and maybe making some of that public is going to get a little bit sticky. But again, I think that what happens is we are seeing some of these narratives being put together to instill almost a forced hand by the DoD to investigate and spend money on it. At this point, they don't have a choice. They have to spend money to investigate. And so who has the data? The scientists, the Enigma labs, if you will, that are already out there, the SCUs that are putting together their papers. And meanwhile, all of this is being peer reviewed amongst themselves as to the validity. And the minute one paper comes out to prove that this exists, another paper comes out to disprove it, or a skeptic potential that exists out in the public. Either way, it's really hard to decipher whether we're getting the truth as the public, or we're just sitting back and being used, as we have been so far, for our information. And so we, as the public, probably know more of the truth at this point than anybody that's collecting the data. Because, like you said, it all is leading to selling these expensive programs and investigations.
Well, the question I have is, how do they know what technologies to use? If they're going to be investing $100 million into this technology, I mean, random guy, you're a pretty technical guy. Do they they must have an inkling then of some sort of direction that they got to go in order to track these?
I think, this is completely an opinion because I'm not affiliated with obviously these programs, but what we're capable of and what we actually do are two completely different trajectories. A lot of cases, what we're capable of, the engineers, the scientists, the people that develop, they're creating one-off, never before seen, whether it's for space use, defense use, whatever they're assigned with in their area. They can usually do a lot more. The problem is there's a disconnect between leadership and the engineer. So the leadership is like, hey, I got a good idea. Let me talk to my, committee or Congress or whatever capacity is, and let's figure out what we want to get done. And then I'm going to go to my team over here at Lockheed, Raytheon, NASA, whatever, whoever it happens to be. And they're going to say, hey guys, you think you could do that? They're like, yeah, we can do that. What do you want exactly? What's the parameters? X, Y, Z. I need to know the algorithm you want me to search for. I need to know. And they're like, cool, look for bright lights and things that move fast. And so the engineers are like, so you want, 30 azimuth on this and 30 reticuli on that, and we're going to look at the spectrum over here. Yeah, that's good. Let's do that. But it should be the inverse. What they should be doing if they actually wanted the truth and discovery and to move forward is to take the smartest people in the room and be like, hey, if your objective was this, how would you do it? And not be afraid to let somebody else get the credit for it. But I feel like a lot of times in leadership, it has to be their idea first. But being a good leader and being successful, if you look at the best CEOs in the world, whether it's Apple, Tesla, whatever, the reason they're good is because they let the people that are smarter than them create it and then take credit for it after. But the government doesn't work that way. Everybody in the government wants to be in charge. That's my opinion. I'm not there, but I have a feeling that's how it's working.
Okay, so the idea behind that they are trying to figure out the technology, how to track these things, and how to, move forward with this subject. I mean, they have to have data. They have to have some sort of mathematics or scientific discovery that is going to all of a sudden light the red light on some of these.
Let me give you a perfect example.
Please do.
And everybody in chat's going to go, please God, no. The balloons. What was the biggest thing that came out of NORAD with the balloons? We took the sensors we already have and we tuned them to be more sensitive. Meaning, the first thought I have was like, wait, we're not tracking the most sensitive stuff we could. Like, we're just like, hey, we don't care if it's below this, because that's literally what that was telling us was, hey, you know what? We have all this capability, but that would be a lot of work. So we don't deal with it. When the balloon stuff happened, this is public information. They said, and they're giving the layman's term, we just tune the sensors to be more sensitive. So that applies across the board, whether it's a telescope, a satellite, almost every industry I've ever seen, even all the way down to when I was working as a firefighter, everything in between, there's capability there, but it can't be utilized if the person controlling the equipment isn't instructed to do so. So that was my example for that.
Okay. So how did it get to this point? Anybody, Marquise, let's start with you on this one. How do you think it got to this point where we're sitting in a disclosure for dollars movement here? Because I know anybody in the UFO community has never asked for this. And trust me, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be spending money on this topic. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is all of these fringe groups now seem to be popping up and wanting some cashola here in order to solve the world's greatest mystery. Are we alone in the universe?
I think Tim's initial assessment about the fact that if you're an organization of any kind trying to do anything, you need funding, right? If you're an individual of any kind trying to do something, especially as big as what David Grusch is trying to do, which is essentially take on the freaking defense apparatus, the national security apparatus, take on the secrecy, the people that are a part of the corporations that rule the entire world's economy. They have more capital than entire countries. Then you have to have some kind of funding. And so I think that was an excellent starting point for this conversation, because on the one hand, to Random Guy's point about not capitalizing on this too soon before establishing credibility, there is that aspect of it, but then there's also the other aspect, which is, how do you pay for lawyers? How do you sustain your family after you've left your career to do this thing for humanity? And by the way, the last statement he made in the interview that was aired on Sunday was that he wanted to do this because he believed it would be the thing that brings humanity together. So I'm at a point where I don't know what people want, because I feel like we're getting at least whatever it is in some form, not perfectly how we want it to, but we're getting it in some form, but we're finding angles to attack it on that would ultimately push more whistleblowers back under the covers. They're going to hide, because if they see us treating them like this, I don't see them coming out. And by the way, we were told this, they're looking at how David Grusch is being treated before they even step foot in the light. And I think that if they keep seeing this, they're not going to come forward, and we're not going to know anything else.
Right. And before we move on, I wanted to hold on the subject of funding, because it's also extremely dangerous, the waters that we're in right now, because we know that they are pushing for funding and asking Congress to spend more, investigate more. And not too long ago, we had Gary Nolan, who is an advocate for this topic, coming out with a very bold statement recently at the SALT conference with his 100% certain on the existence of ET life here on the planet. And then shortly after that, we have another whistleblower coming out with some very bold statements again about the existence of ET bodies and craft. And then we have a second push from the Disclosure Project with some very bold whistleblowers and witnesses that are talking about firsthand incredible experiences. Now, this is all a push to get this in front of Congress, to get a movement pushing forward for transparency and disclosure and a release of all of this secret technology and spending. Basically, it's a request for spending. And we still haven't seen an ounce of evidence. And I hate to say that, but you guys know I'm a nuts and bolts guy, and I find it incredibly frustrating that we are asking such a big request of our government. And don't get me wrong, I love what's happening, but I need more. I need more to spend that kind of money. That's just me. And I imagine our government is probably feeling the same way. And I'm not saying that more isn't coming. It's just, don't give me all of this incredible information and then just nothing, because at this point it feels like a lot of wind in our sails, but it's not getting us anywhere. So that felt, and I've said this before, like putting the cart before the horse, with those big bold statements. We need more for this kind of big request from our government, and that's my opinion.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Who's more likely to get hired by Enigma Labs? Kirkpatrick with no clearance and no knowledge of anything? Or Grusch, who has a pedigree, a resume, and information that would be relevant to them? That'll tell you everything you need to know about Enigma Labs with the answer to that question.
Well, it could be either. Could be either. I mean, it all depends how much pull. We do know that apparently Sean Kirkpatrick, the head of the Aero program, has some sort of courtship or friendship with Peter Thiel. Okay, who is the owner of a defense company, who is one of the co-creators of PayPal, who has ties to obviously Elon Musk, and who is allegedly the millionaire donor or the billionaire donor to get Enigma Labs off the ground. So would Kirkpatrick be losing his top secret clearance if he goes to work for them? I'm not too sure.
Well, as soon as you're out of a SCI or SAT program, they're going to pull your TS. Like, you don't just maintain a TS when you're back in the private world. Mine got pulled almost within 30 days of me leaving.
What about Travis Taylor?
He works with Space Force, so that I have a feeling, I don't know, I haven't met him, I don't talk to him, I know nothing about him personally, but I would speculate that part of the reason he maintains his relationships with Space Force or government in that capacity so he can maintain his security clearances is probably part of it. I'm sure he gets paid for it.
He said that exact thing, by the way. He said that that's why.
I didn't even know, but I was guessing.
Is he able to maintain his clearance
Mhm.
being on the task force?
It doesn't
being on
matter
TV?
as long as you're employed in a current position as SCI, SAP, or TS, then you can maintain your TS. So you don't just get the nilly-willy have a TS. Now, if it expires, like they pull it, but if you're within your so top secret renews every 5 years, secret renews every 10. If you're within your, just a little housekeeping here. If you're within that period of time from the last time you had your background check, and then somebody wants to pick you up, it's really fast. You just go through what's called an equip, and you fill out some SF-86s, and they can rerun you quickly and re-engage your if you're within that 5-year period for top secret. But you don't just maintain it going back to your civilian life. And like I said, Marquise seems like he just confirmed it, but I would speculate he likes having that access and that clearance, and that's why he maintains that relationship, if not for monetary purposes, but for the access it gives him.
Very true. Very true. And I could see that happening. But the idea is we got about 90 seconds left here before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. The idea, though, is money. And the one thing that, and I quickly mentioned this right at the top of this half hour here, is the one thing that all of these groups have in common is the UFO world that we live in, that we broadcast out of, that our fans listen to, our fans follow, whether it's on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube or any sort of podcasts. They want nothing to do with us. Lou Elizondo once told me the biggest mistake that the To the Stars Academy made when they joined in and decided to blow up the UFO world into a very, very large propagandist organization was that they thought they didn't need the people of ufology. Every group out there right now feels that ufology is that corn on your foot, that it's a pain in the butt. You don't want it there. You want it to go away. You may have to have a doctor scrape it off. Okay. But once it's gone, it doesn't help the cause. And that's exactly the way we are being treated as ufology. They don't want us around. They don't want us to be there. They don't want shows like this broadcasting this program to the public. They don't want any of us there. They want this for themselves. And I think that's a tall tale sign of what is trying to happen here in disclosure for dollars. And it's not good for ufology. And ufology needs to be careful with whom they are aligning themselves with, because you may care about Galileo, or TTSA or Enigma, but they sure as hell don't care about you. There's my rant for the night. When we return, a weird comment by the United States Air Force earlier today that they don't play the UFO game. We'll be right back on Spaced Out Radio for the second half of the show. Look who's here, guys. Mama Catherine. Mama Catherine in the chat room tonight. Oh, yes. Mama Catherine, you are so loved. You are so loved, Mama Catherine.
I think we're getting a little feedback off of somebody's microphone. I'm hearing a little.
Probably mine. I'm on
Probably
my phone.
randomly.
Is it like intolerable? Is it worse than when I use my headset?
No, it's not. It's not that bad, but you can hear it for sure. Tim has a keen ear, man. My gosh. I thought it was like almost imperceptible, but Tim got it real quick.
between guns and jets, I can't hear people across the table for me half the time.
Marquise knows I've got an eye for detail. Look at this beautiful lighting, the studio lighting.
Why is it that all deadheads have the best ear for music?
That band had 2 drummers.
Jeez,
that says it all.
Are you sure? Or were you high the whole time?
I could have been seeing double.
Oh my gosh,
I love that. I love it, dude. You're so quick. I love that. I love it.
This guy. Oh my gosh.
This is why he's here. This is why we keep him around.
That's great. Man, I can tell that I am like the redheaded stepchild here. The
Except
literal
for the
black
fact
sheep.
that I have red hair and you're the black guy.
That's
unbelievable.
Aside from the obvious, right?
That's what all.
No,
he's literally the
They always
redheaded.
tell me that. They're like, you don't know what it's like to be a minority. I'm like, there's less of
yes, you do. We were just having a conversation. I was on another, street here, and they were talking about redheads and how like some disparities that they face, and I'm like, that's actually it was compelling. The arguments were pretty convincing.
Hey, and the word I won't go there on the air, but I'll tell you the joke.
We'll talk. Yeah, no, but I definitely differ vastly from most people's opinion on this. I just to be clear, I am a rarer. My commentary is much rarer than what yours is in this conversation here. I recognize that, but I will say to the idea that Luis Elizondo did mention he wants to destroy ufology. Just so we're clear.
But what did he mean by that?
He meant that he didn't want. I know exactly what he meant because he clarified it in a follow-up statement afterwards. He means that this. Well, maybe I shouldn't say it. Let's just use your imagination, ladies and gentlemen.
We can always wait for after hours.
Yeah. I'm not. There's 300 people watching. I'm not gonna. I'll watch myself. No, there is a reason. I think if you look at Elizondo's Facebook or Twitter, I'm sorry, look back over the last year, you'll see that there is a pattern of. I mean, for example, I mentioned earlier about the kid from Las Vegas being scared into hiding, him and his family. That is what he's talking about. He's talking about the fact that NASA is now mentioning how they're getting, threats, deletion threats by the UFO community. He's mentioned how, again, these people that are researching the phenomena in the public eye, and again, criticism is essential. That's the point of any kind of research. It's to be scrutinized until you find the truth about the data. It's just the way that people are going about it. Again, the deletion threats. Come on, y'all. Like, that's what he's talking about. That whatever makes people feel like they need to do that is the reason why he said that comment.
Love it. Marquise, I love what you're bringing.
You're the only one because most people don't like what I even fight with my own. No. We have a lot of great fun with this.
Dude,
but no, the thing.
You got fans falling out of the sky all over you. Forget about it.
We have fun. We have fun with it. No.
Marquise needs to practice his autograph. That's what he needs to do.
What is it? What
practice
is it?
Autograph.
My autograph. Right. Somebody said it. I am a voice actor. In case you guys didn't know. Whoever doesn't know, I am a voice.
You have a great voice.
Paranormal Highway. Paranormal Highway says David Grusch is just looking for fame. He's another Corey Good. He is not even close to being another Corey Good, dude. Not even close. I don't know where you're getting that information from, but all of my sources that I have, and I believe all of Random Guy, your sources, you vetted this guy. This
He's
guy
real.
is the real deal
He's
on this.
100% the real deal. I know people that worked with him personally.
Yeah.
So he is the real deal. The only thing that is questionable is what he's saying accurate. There is absolutely no doubt this man's resume is legitimate. 100%.
We know and we should draw that point. His resume is 100% legit. Okay, but we still don't know about the information he's providing. And I think that's the point. Paranormal Highway and many others are going to have a problem with him on that. And that's actually something that we can actually get into here after the Air Force thing. That's probably important. So let's do that. Here we go, guys. Past the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you all with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate all of you listening on in. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Once again, we got a great panel filling in for Science Bob. Science Bob, we had to put him on the injured list. He is there for at least 30 days until we hear from him again on Science Bob and Friends. We're doing a UFO show tonight because there's just so much news happening. And thank you from the UFO Report, Tim Senor. We got Random Guy here, and from the After Hours show on our YouTube channel, Marquise Williams. Now, a very interesting tweet out today by John Greenwald of the Black Vault. Okay, now this is a tweet that I don't know, me personally, I think it needs investigation, not on Greenwald's part, okay, but on the message that he got from the United States Air Force. So here is the note he received from the Air Force, and I'm reading this in a quote, and this is John's tweet. He said, "Since the termination of Project Blue Book, nothing has occurred that would support a resumption of UFO investigations by the Air Force. No," John says, "this is not a quote from 1996. This was this morning in writing from the U.S. Air Force's Office of the Secretary." Now, being former Air Force, Random Guy, I want to start with you on this one. I mean, is this something that we should be concerned about, that the Air Force is still mum on this topic, or, lack of a better term, playing dumb when it comes to UFOs?
Well, I mean, if we take into consideration that the Navy all but announced that they're not interested in this stuff recently in the last 6 months, it kind of seems like the services as their own entity for investigation don't want to play ball anymore. And it's slowly becoming that way, right? So the two main players would be the Navy and the Air Force, right? Sorry, Marines, no offense to you and your crayons, but you guys don't have a lot of the stuff in the game to find this stuff. I'm joking. That's an inter-service joke. But what I really mean to say is the fact that the Navy says they don't want to play ball. Now the Air Force is kind of saying they want to play ball. What they're saying, I think overall, the intention is not that they're going to stonewall, because the Navy and the Air Force and every other branch of the military, they do what they're told. If the president gives them an order, they're going to follow it. If Congress writes a directorate and it goes to the chief of staff and it moves on to the Pentagon, that's going to become an order that they're going to investigate it, whether they like to or not. I think what they're saying is we don't want to independently comment on this stuff anymore. If you guys want to address that stuff, you got Arrow. You guys want to address that stuff, you got NASA. You guys want to address that stuff, you got Gillibrand. You got congressional people you can talk to. We don't want to be the lead and maybe tell you the wrong thing, by, you know, and be the point of contact is on this anymore. That's my interpretation of what they're doing.
Okay, so the idea that they are just playing dumb on this, and I use that term facetiously, okay, not as insultive
Right.
as I would say if this was a NASA conversation. All right, but the idea behind this is sometimes it's good to play dumb because if it means that people eventually, if you're not answering questions, they're eventually going to go away. MUFON was famous for this, where they didn't want to deal with the Robert Bigelow buying in or the Jan Harzan story or whatever. And they had a real attitude for a while that if we don't talk about it, it never happened. And people will move on because people get frustrated. The only difference is with MUFON, people just got angrier and angrier and angrier. With the Air Force, you can't really do that. You can be as angry as you want, stomp your feet all you want, but it's not going to make a difference whatsoever. And now with the Navy kind of following suit, to me, Tim, and you and I have talked about this, this is once again the military industrial complex flexing their muscles, saying, we're not playing this game. We don't want to play this game. Don't talk to us about this UFO game. You're not getting anything from us. There's no more videos. There's no more testimony, even though a guy like David Grusch from the United States Air Force has just come out about this. It seems like if we don't talk about it, it never happened. And that's where we seem to be going with the military industrial complex again, flexing its muscle.
And they're so good at it. It's
Aren't they?
just part of the process. They do it without even thinking. And they're able to shuffle it off and shut down information so easily because they're in complete control of it. So we have to understand that we're seeing the same thing, not just from the military, but from the DoD, its representatives, and everybody above that at this point. So at this, we're not going to get anything more from them at this point. I don't think. At least that's just my opinion. Once they've shut it down, that's pretty much it. And that was my concern that I was drawing with this big push that we're having. It raises a lot of concerns as to how far the ball is actually going to end up down the field, even with this current push. And I wanted to bring part of some news forward to you, but I'm not sure if we're going to have time. But part of it does kind of linger on this, that even David Grusch himself was saying that this information is imperative to get put forward, and it needs to get put forward now. And we can move around back to that, but you're absolutely right that the military complex is in motion, and we're seeing it in motion, and we can see it simply because we're not seeing it in big media. Where is big media on this? Taking a very skeptical view, waiting for potentially more information. Why was this story rushed out publicly? Well, because it was potentially going to be leaked. I mean, there's a lot of hearsay as to why this was rushed out the way it was. And it makes me wonder if there weren't, other things at work, circling back to the military industrial complex.
All right. Marquise, your thoughts?
Well, I've mentioned this before. I'm not sure how long ago it's been, but the fact that during the initial efforts of Aero collecting information from pilots, from active duty service members, and from specifically Air Force members during their training missions and so forth, the Air Force was not only discouraging military members, active members, from coming forward and having a conversation with Aero about their accounts, they were also doing this thing where they were threatening them, threatening their career, threatening their position, their rank, and other things they were threatening to them if they were to come forward and talk to Aero about that. So we know for a fact that the Air Force is involved explicitly in covering this up in whatever way it can, because we've watched it in real time from the beginning of Aero. So if we're going to look at what Aero is doing now with this statement of we're hands off at this moment, it has nothing to do with protecting integrity. It's still about continuing the cover up, at least in their, what I believe is from their original effort, which was all the way back to 1947. They've been covering up that entire the entire UFO phenomena forever. They're the reason that Project Blue Book was a dud. It was literally designed for, again, debunking. So it is kind of, it's kind of undisputable that they are covering up to this day, continuing to.
It's an amazing cover up. It really is an amazing cover up, and we need to be able to figure out, how are we going to approach this? How do you move around? And this is where, if we take it to the previous conversation, where all of these scientific groups have scientists who have contracts with the military, or scientists who have NDAs with the government, or whatever. Okay, there's a long list of all of this being tied together. And when everything is tied together and you have this giant group that's working together, the people who miss out are the people who are most interested in finding out what's going on. That's the UFO public. And there is hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in North America who have a vested interest, or even a vague or mild interest in this subject, because they think it's cool what's going on, or they've seen something they can't explain, like Random Guy. Okay? So the idea behind it, that I think, is there is this giant swarm of disclosure for dollars meeting up with the military industrial complex. And in the end, the military still has full control, because they control the scientists, they control the money, they control the research, and they don't have to speak if they don't want to. Tim, you're on mute.
That is absolutely right. And the fact is, when you have that kind of monopoly on information, it's pretty hard to get something to change. And even, I'll bring up that quote that I wanted to bring up earlier on this topic, that Grusch even had asserted that the information that he's bringing forward, and the fact that all of this has been taking place historically for 80 years, has been illegally withheld from Congress. And he filed a complaint alleging that he suffered illegal retaliation for his confidential disclosures. So the intelligence community inspector general, or ICIG, found Grusch's assertion that UFO-related information was being inappropriately concealed from Congress to be both, quote, urgent and credible. So at this point, we know that we're getting support. There is going to be more coming forward. But whistleblowers that are showing that this has been going on for a long time are going to get retaliation. It's bound to happen. They're going to be suppressed. The fact that it wasn't covered in mass media, that's suppression. So things like that, there may be excuses out there for, and you're always going to hear cover stories. And it's incredibly frustrating that there's always a counter story for every big story event. It's almost like a preconceived countermeasure, quote unquote, right? That's exactly what we're looking at. So it's one of those things that we will continue to see. And I'm curious, for somebody that has been on this topic for so long, Dave, like, what do you think? Really, because being so close to the media, what do you think is going on? I'm curious.
Well, when it comes to the media, I mean, I still believe that they don't know how to cover this subject. They don't. That's why we see the same people on every time. Right? If any of the media was actually paying attention to this subject, they would know that a lot of the brilliant minds are not the ones they're speaking to. They're just speaking to the official voices. They're not speaking to people who are in the know. Now, up here in Canada, it's a little bit different. Chris Rutkowski, he does 2-3, when a story comes out like this, he does between 2 and 5 media events in a day, trying to get the message out to reporters.
And so you're seeing them just rechurning the same story. But what about, for example, this massive story with David Grusch? Why is that not hitting the headlines of Washington Post and New York Times, in your opinion?
Well, I think if you look behind the scenes of that, and that's actually a good question, I think it comes down to this. I think the reason why the story went into the debrief instead of the Washington Post was because the Washington Post lawyers didn't have enough time to go over the story, and Ross Coulthart was about to break it. So Ross basically said to them, if you don't have this story done within the next X amount of hours, I'm going live on News Nation with it, and we are breaking it. So you have a choice. I'll give you the break because I've got 7 hours of interview with him. It's the same guy, and we're going to play a lot of tape.
But do you feel like that sold the story short by pressuring it out quicker? Because shouldn't it have been flooded out on mass media, let them do their due diligence, and then release it that way so it would go global?
The only way that would have worked is if 60 Minutes had done the report. 60 Minutes didn't have a reporter in the game. So the four main reporters in the UFO game right now in North America are Ross Coulthart, which trickles down to Bryce Zabel. You have Leslie Kane, and you have Ralph Blumenthal. They're your openings to the major newspapers. Then you have George Knapp and his subsidiary, Jeremy Corbell, who, for the record, is not a journalist. He's an independent filmmaker. We got to stop calling non-journalists journalists.
Go filmmakers. Hooray, filmmakers.
But the point that I'm getting at is this, okay? The Washington Post didn't have enough time, okay? Journalists are extremely egotistical. We want that story. We want our name associated with that because all the press comes to us then, okay? And if somebody wants to buy my interview, I can sell you my money. Now, I'm not saying that's what Ross did, okay? I'm just telling you how it works, okay? So Ross Coulthart was able to get that story onto News Nation. News Nation was about to break the story, which put the pressure on Ralph Blumenthal, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, and Leslie Kane to get it out. The only way they were able to get it out properly was through the Debrief website, which is perfect for them. They got it out. They got it out first. Okay, they broke the story, and then Ross Coulthart comes in and says, I've got the video interview. We're going to be releasing it on News Nation, and that's how it expands the way you're talking. But the problem was the timeline. The weird part that doesn't make sense is the New York Times turned that story down. Why did the New York Times turn that down? You have a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, okay? The top honor in the world for investigative journalism, telling you I've got a massive story that deals with the military, that deals with crash retrievals, that deals with pilots of these craft, and you're not going to run it? You're not interested in that story? Yet, when you sold out your newspapers on December 16th, 2017, it was the highest grossing newspaper since 2001 and the 9/11 events. And you're not going to run with it, knowing that your sales team is going to make massive money off of that print? The Washington Post wanted to run it, but their lawyers couldn't get the story out in time. It was too late. That's what happened.
And can I just briefly mention that on June 10th, the New York Times did publish something about this, but it was hidden in the opinion section by somebody named Ross Do That. And it was headlined as, does the US government want you to believe in UFOs? And then it goes on to talk about Bob Lazar's story briefly. And then it goes to compare the recent whistleblower, David Grusch, to the similarities of them both touting secret.
So once again, and I apologize for cutting you off. Once again, we have a op-ed piece, which is not a journalism piece. It's an opinion piece from a journalist who knows nothing about this subject. Who are you going to trust? A journalist who just writes an opinion piece, or a Pulitzer Prize winner like Ralph Blumenthal on this topic? Who are you going to trust? I'm going with Blumenthal. He's got the award and the big paycheck to go along with that award because he is a trusted voice, much like Walter Cronkite was. I'm going with Blumenthal over somebody who doesn't know a thing. When you start comparing David Grusch to Bob Lazar, that means you don't know the Bob Lazar story. You just played Google reporter. You don't know the Bob Lazar story. You don't know the David Grusch story. You're just writing something off the top of your head because you want to be skeptical and you don't want to believe in what's going on. That's how we got to this point.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to derail your questions, but I just felt the media should have bitten in, and I didn't know why they weren't covering it better. And I was very disappointed when I did see something on the topic come from these headliners or the major media. It seemed to miss the mark on all accounts.
Absolutely. And you got to realize what is surprising, Tim, is as journalism, especially television and radio journalism, has gone to more infotainment rather than actual news stories, what's amazing is UFOs are great infotainment. Why it isn't filling up airtime rather than the size of Kourtney Kardashian's ass these days, okay? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, laugh at that you will, but how many times do we see reports over the last 7 years about the body changes of the Kardashians? Tell me how that's more important than we've got alien crash retrievals.
Yeah. Well, it's much more difficult to deal with. I think we've kind of mentioned that before. They tell people that they're not alone in the universe and there are implications they have to accept. Tell them that
I'm just annoyed you don't talk about my ass.
I mean, an alien body is an alien body.
Right.
Sorry.
Yes, but think about this, right? The fact that there are so many people that have mentioned abduction experience. Now you've got these people coming out as saying, by the way, the beings that people say they see when they're abducted, oh, they're real. We got their bodies and their craft. The rest of the people that are listening in, that's the perception they have. They don't know about they're just saying, oh, I seen that movie one time, the documentary one time on the History Channel that claimed that this is what people see. And now they're saying that they're catching these things. Holy crap. What about me? Am I going to be like, that's the fear, I think.
I want to bring up this comment here because we only got about 2 minutes left. One of our people in our chat room, Paul Francis, dressed up like Gene Simmons in his picture, by the way. It looks good. Says, wow, Dave towing the MSM line. Done. I'm a mainstream journalist. I trained to be a mainstream journalist. I work in the fringe now, okay? But I'm telling you how mainstream media works. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's ego. Okay, there's nobody in the New York Times or the Vancouver Sun or the Toronto Star or the LA Times. There's no CIA guy sitting in there, much like we saw on Good Morning Vietnam, on what can be said and what can't be said on the air. Okay, awesome. There's nobody in the newsrooms doing that. It is 100% ego of the news director and the team of lawyers, and what's not going to get us in trouble. Kourtney Kardashians and the Kardashians, that doesn't get you in trouble. Okay, playing with government secrets gets you in trouble. So if you're complaining about me towing the MSM line, well, I hate to tell you, but my radio stations, 8 of them that carry this show, okay, are mainstream media. And I'm telling you, they hired and picked our show because we are professional about it. That's why. So I don't know what to do. Do I take this as an insult? Do I just laugh about it like I think I'm going to? And oh my God, I may lose a subscriber over this. Holy cow.
I've lost one before and gained 15 because you stick to your principles.
I've never lost a sub, just for the record.
Oh, this guy.
Expose myself more and more.
Mr. Perfect here.
I love it. Can I just very briefly throw this last little bit in before we shut down the show? 30 seconds. I feel like we missed the mark with this. Why didn't anyone ask David Grusch to tell us more about the bodies and more about the craft? That was what I wanted to know more
There's
about.
a reason. There's a reason why. Because they need to slowly acclimate people to these realities, man. They can't just throw them in there. It's not.
Give me the details.
We want the details, but people aren't ready to hear. Again, I have a conversation at the dinner table where my lady's like, don't talk about aliens in front of the kids because it's terrifying to them. They can't accept that reality yet. So when we're talking about the general population, that's what we're dealing with. They need to be acclimated.
Gentlemen, we got 1 hour to go. When we return on Spaced Out Radio, we're going to head to Steve Stockton's Among the Missing, a creepy little story about spheres. Then right back to the panel of Marquise Williams, Tim Senor, and Random Guy on the latest UFO news on Spaced Out Radio. Quickly here, a big thank you to Dutch Hank. And hello, Dutch Hank. Thank you for that great super chat. And scrolling through, because I'm way behind in the chat room right now. Let's see. Who else have we got in here? Brian Bowden, the man with 8,333 podcasts, all running at once. Thank you for that super chat. And T2E, thank you for your love and support. Always love you, my dear. Thank you very much. And as for your request, I am not putting it on the screen, because I know you don't like that. Michael Smith calling bullshit. I don't know why, but if you could elaborate on the poop, I would appreciate that. So that way I know how much toilet paper we need around here.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. Moving on. Let's see. Who else? I'm having fun tonight.
This is great.
I really am. Life 101. Welcome to SOR Chat. How you doing? I met aliens too. Some good, some bad. And let's see here. Hey, Dr. Dan Villiers, are you the? I think I looked you up. Are you the on Twitter and the anxiety kind of doctor? I may have got it wrong, but if you're the guy I looked up, right on, dude. Thanks for following this topic. Appreciate that. Let's see. I noticed a lot more doctors listening to this show. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but they're out there. They're listening.
I always put doctor on my stuff too to make sure no one messes.
Oh my gosh.
They think I'm more important that way.
Jack Valet over in Norway, thank you for joining us. And Esmeralda, good to see you. Well, that is Dr. Dan. Doc Dan. There we go. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. Marquise, you know what to do. You like to talk.
It's crazy that RG got a shout out on News Nation. I was like, all right, go RG, when they were talking about the alien family in Vegas complaining about people driving by at night taking pictures.
My guy. See, this is why I'm gonna switch to Rob G's show. So
wow.
Hey, I thought it was great. That we need more boots on the ground at these hot spots. I think that's great, man.
We literally bought a pizza and ate a pizza in front of the kid's house.
No way.
I swear to God, dude, we documented the whole thing. I know we have like that.
I believe you. That's wild.
I got videos that are hilarious, but I can't post them all, so for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
obviously. Could be incriminating. Alien pizzas.
I'm like the oddball of the UFO community. I have so much fun.
Be right back.
More than me?
Oh, dude. I have a lot of fun, talking to people who, first of all, like skeptics, right? Which is what a pretty significant portion of my audience are skeptics. They're people that are in the scientific community, usually younger people, but they're in grad school or they're in college learning about like, for example, this guy on my chat now, he's in physics. And so we've been debating about, and I'm not a physicist, just the idea that these beings could be interdimensional or extra dimensional or coexist with us right here. I was
going to bring that up earlier when Dave was talking about the pilot thing. Because he's like,
yeah,
he was talking about, well, they have to be together because we have UFOs. We have to have pilots. What if they're AI? No, we don't, Dave. They could be autonomous drones. Piloted by AI in some cases.
How do you, what I keep asking people is, how do you come to your conclusions? Because for me, I can believe a lot of things, but I need enough information that's from people that are in different, for example, physics. I'm not a physicist. What do people who are physicists say, or mathematicians, or people who explore the physics realm and understand it? And they are postulating that this phenomena, and those that are working directly with the phenomena, by the way, the ones that claim they're working with the metamaterial, like Gary Nolan, He's not a physicist, but he is one of the leading immunologists in the world with several patents. They're telling us, Jacques Vallée, computer scientist and everything else genius, they're telling us that this phenomena is most likely not extraterrestrial. And the problem that I have with the UFO community is they believe it's all in AET. And if you believe otherwise, you're messing around. You're wrong. It can't possibly. And then you got the people that are skeptics who say, how can you even say that it's interdimensional when we can't even admit that we have the craft? I am debating on both sides of this.
You know what's annoying? Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's annoying to me because everybody keeps getting eaten alive. So like you have legitimate Sephardi, you got all these people that are legitimate physicists, engineers, Shrek, insert really smart dude here or woman, right? And like they have the resume to show it. And if you look around enough, more than 2 or 3 chats, I'm in like all these chats now.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, how this asshole get in our chat? But I'm in a bunch of chats now with like professionals and I just troll everybody. But it's been eye-opening because people will literally say, hey, that Stanford physicist that's been doing this for 40 years is a fake fraud idiot. And I know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if I could do it all over again, if I could start my life over right now with the knowledge I have, I was like, you need to be a physicist and an engineer to have an opinion on anything. Because I'm not smart enough or educated enough to know if these guys are full of it. I'm like, that sounds good. That was a great PowerPoint. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, we're down to our last 30 seconds. Big hello to 509er. How are you? Baby UFO again. KNHBSM, welcome to SOR chat. Thank you to our super chatters, Dutch Hank, T2E, Brian Bowden, Louie, Enki, Susie, Carl, Cat Chaser ×2, Mike, Deb, Maggie, and Monica. And our store is open on our website, spacedoutradio.com. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Oh, you're missing a great show tonight if you're just tuning on in. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. We've been talking about UFOs all night long. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us, will you, at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Warrison. Warrison is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clams sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with our UFO panel tonight, but before we get to them and bring them back, we are going to head to Among the Missing. Steve Stockton has another spooky story for us.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Among the Missing YouTube channel on Spaced Out Radio. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'm about to take you on an unbelievable journey of people just like you. Their stories and encounters will haunt us on Among the Missing. Hello, my wandering wanderers. Steve Stockton here with you, ATM on SOR. Tonight brings a strange story of the Betts Sphere. The Betts Sphere is a mysterious object that was found by the Betts family in 1974 on a stretch of marshland in Fort George Island, Florida. The sphere is made of solid metal and measures about 20 centimeters in diameter. It weighs approximately 2.7 kilograms and appears to be perfectly symmetrical. The Betts family discovered the sphere after hearing a strange metallic noise coming from the woods near their home. Upon investigation, they found the sphere lying on the ground, partially buried in the mud. The family initially believed that the object was a discarded cannonball, But upon closer inspection, they realized that it was something far more unusual. After bringing the sphere back to their home, the Betts family noticed that the object seemed to have strange properties. It would emit a strange sound if tapped or touched, and would occasionally vibrate or move on its own. The family also reported that the sphere seemed to have a magnetic field, as it would attract metallic objects towards it. The Betts family contacted various authorities, including the Navy, Air Force, and NASA, to try to identify the object, but none of them could provide an explanation for its origin or purpose. The family also allowed scientists to examine the sphere, but they were unable to determine the composition or function. Despite the lack of answers, the Betts sphere quickly became a sensation in the media and among paranormal enthusiasts. Some speculated that the sphere was of extraterrestrial origin, while others suggested that it was a lost or secret military device. The Betts family even claimed that they had seen strange beings in their home after the discovery of the sphere, leading some to believe that it was somehow connected to a larger phenomenon. The sphere's strange properties continue to baffle researchers. In addition to emitting a strange sound when touched, the sphere would occasionally move on its own, even when placed on a flat surface. It was also discovered that the sphere would resist attempts to drill into it or cut it open, leading some to suggest that it was made of an unknown or advanced material. Despite the initial flurry of media attention, the Betts sphere eventually faded from the public eye, and its current whereabouts are unknown. However, the sphere remains a popular topic of discussion among paranormal enthusiasts and UFO researchers, and it continues to inspire speculation and theories about its true nature and origin. Some skeptics have suggested that the Betts sphere is simply a hoax or a misidentified object. They point out that the sphere's strange properties could be explained by natural phenomena, such as electromagnetic fields or vibrations caused by wind or other environmental factors. Others have suggested that the Betts family may have fabricated the story for attention or profit. However, regardless of its true nature, the Betts sphere remains a fascinating and enigmatic object that continues to capture the imagination of those interested in the unexplained and the paranormal. Its story serves as a reminder of the enduring mystery and intrigue that surrounds some of the most unusual and inexplicable objects and phenomena in our strange world. Well, there you go, my wandering wonders. What do you think of the mystery of the Betts sphere? I look forward to your comments, and thanks once again for listening to ATM on SOR. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll see you a little farther on down the trail.
Yeah, we love Steve Stockton around here to kick off hour number 3 of Spaced Out Radio each and every night. And we say thank you to Steve for bringing another great story in. You could listen to thousands of stories just like that. Go to his ATM channel on YouTube, Among the Missing, youtube.com/Among the Missing, and just hit that subscribe button for free. All right, we're going to continue with our UFO chat tonight. Tim Senor is here from the UFO Report. Marquise Williams from our YouTube channel's After Hours program on the weekends. And our big man, Random Guy, coming on in, breaking everything down when it comes to everything UFO right now, because there are hot button topics regarding this subject. And, you know, the whistleblower thing is very, very interesting as we go back to that for a little bit here. And, you know, a lot of people are still trying to put 2 and 2 together. Is David Grusch somebody who's looking for a new paycheck? Is he somebody who is giving the goods on everything? Do we really have crash retrievals? Do we really have pilots of these craft? And I believe, Tim or Marquise, it was one of you who kind of brought up, why are we not talking about this? Why are we not talking about the fact that we have potentially alien bodies or live aliens hanging around? Okay. Now, whether they come from a different dimension, or they're from Earth but on a different plane, whether they come from space, whether they come from the future or the past, we don't know. But the idea that this is now being floating around, and like you said, Tim, the mainstream media really isn't picking up on the fact that there was a huge bomb dropped on that. Where do we go with this?
Right.
Where do we go with this, Tim?
Yeah, no, you're so right. And to a lot of us, it feels like too much too soon. Like that's a lot of information without too much detail. And so for people like us, we want to know more. And so asking questions about the details on the saucer. And when Ross Coulthart pushed a little bit on some of the crash retrievals we potentially have, he- David Grusch brought up a really old crash back from 1933, I believe, that took place and was part of the Mussolini files. So interesting to know that he went back that far, because potentially that means that we have quite a few that existed since then. And so maybe there's an inference there that there's more to be had than just the 12, I think, craft, I think he said at one point. I'm not sure if that was coming from David Grusch or not. Perhaps one of you can counterbalance me on that. But the fact was is that this was in our possession, and when pressed, he kind of hinted at some of what we may have. But when it came to bodies, it felt like that was kind of hush. There wasn't a lot that I heard on the bodies and details of what that may have in turn. Just the implications that when things land, spacecraft of some sort, there are often pilots, right, that may be inside. And so I'm interested to get everyone else's interpretation of why we didn't get more, and potentially what we could have by the implications that were made during his statements.
Well, my big thing is this. If we have recovered aliens, which I do believe we do, okay, there's so many people who have had alien contact, like Random Guy, okay, where we need to figure it out. Okay, we need to be able to figure out, you know, for those of us who've had the experiences, we already know. But the public needs to know, do we have them in our possession? Whether it's a body, bodies, or they're still alive, guys. We don't know. These things could still be alive. Now, you could talk about this being major woo here, okay? But if the bodies are there, if it hasn't crashed, if these things haven't crashed, like David Grusch says, if we take his word at the fact that they picked up crash retrievals and full intact craft, if that thing hasn't crashed, that means there's a good chance that those pilots are alive. That's a huge statement, Tim, that went right over the head of the mainstream media, right over their heads. And the idea that if we do have alive pilots, have we figured out how to communicate with them or their space brethren in order to figure out more about technology, more about everything? And remember, we also have to remember that this isn't just an American thing. It's happening in Russia. It's happening in China, where they both each have their own UFO programs. They have their own crash retrievals. Are they in contact with alien species as well? Do they have live bodies? You know, it sounds like a weird conversation, guys, and anybody can jump in on this, but it's something we do need to talk about. Are they alive? Marquise.
I gotta comment on this because there's a couple things that I think are extremely notable about his conversation. One of them is what Tim said, and that's the idea that there's probably live pilots. There are, as he says, definitely live pilots. He's made that very clear. I'm sorry, recovered pilots, not live. He has also suggested, and this is what I think you talk about that missing. What about the malevolence comment? What about the idea that we have possibly made a deal with these beings? What about the possibility of, and this is from his comments, by the way, what about the comments about our adversaries potentially working with another faction of these beings? Hold on a second. What about the fact that he said that some of the craft have been left and abandoned? And by the way, he almost just says it, they've been given to us. Why are we not talking about all of that? That was like, holy, wait a minute. Hold on. What?
I take
What?
big issue with the fact that we have a deal with them. There's no
Yeah.
way. There's no way we have a deal with them
You're-
because none of the world
that's-
no, because all the people that run these projects, I think it's well established that if this stuff exists, It's not in the purview of the general government and general military complex. It's in the purview of contractors, meaning that you're literally cutting out world leaders. And there's no way the aliens would be stupid enough to like, hey, you know what? We're just going to cut deals with Lockheed and the DIA or the NSA or whoever we're working with. We're just going to totally bypass all of civilization's leadership structure and only cut a deal with these secret projects. That is my number one logical explanation for why there's 0% chance that there's any deals that have been cut.
Yeah, but
You're
what if
basing
we
that off-
burned them?
What?
Like,
Oh,
what if we
There's no
burned
way.
them?
burned.
There's just no way. Think
I
about
mean,
it.
what if the deal was made by Eisenhower, like around that time?
It doesn't matter. All those people are dead. They'd have to
Hold on,
renew
hold on.
the deal on a large scale, and you
The-
can't
the-
do it with having none of the leadership involved.
One at a time, guys. Marquise?
The problem with that is that you're basing that solely off of the logical implication that you're talking about. However, that doesn't logic can also be applied to information as well, right? Information is important. So for example, there are accounts by credible people. We'll talk after the show because I don't want to name drop here. We'll talk about some things after
Drop
the
a
show.
name, Marquis.
There are very credible. We're talking presidential level credible people who claim that the Eisenhower deal is real. Now we're hearing potential confirmation of that exact thing. You're talking about the logic behind it from a perspective of no data. And I'm not being this, I'm being serious here. You can say that if you dismiss the history about that specific event.
I'm not
And
saying
the-
at
and-
some point it wasn't the truth. I'm
Well-
saying right now, today, it is not possible.
That's
With
the
the amount of
problem.
monitoring and the amount of people involved, with the size of the government and the fact that everything, if there is in fact all these things that we think there is,
Right.
it is not in the hands and under the control of the president of the United States or anybody equivalent. And the aliens aren't dumb enough to just circumvent the entire government of all the most important nations of the world.
Well, let's go with that, and let me just re-up with what I was going to finish with, and that is the fact that it has also been said when in relation to that situation, the alleged deal, that the aliens didn't hold up their end of the bargain. For example, it was said that a certain amount of people were only allowed to be abducted by these beings, and they would return all of them, and they would catalog them, log them in some form. This is what's alleged. I'm just telling you what's been alleged. It's according to UFO history, right? We can call this mythology if you want to, but it's mythology that's been echoed by credible people. And we'll talk about that after the show.
Ancient alien astronauts believe.
No. This is presidential history. So let's talk about this. So here's and there's a whole history about the circumstances involved with this scenario that make even more sense, about him supposed to being in one location, but he disappears to a military base. What for? Why did he lie to the media? There's a lot of things about that situation that you got to know, brother, before you make this assumption.
Something cool? I've been in the tunnels Eisenhower was in during that time.
You should tell me more about that after the show. But okay, because that's interesting. But then my point is that that was the alleged deal. They didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Not only did they not give all the names of the people they were abducting, they didn't return all of them. And that's all I'll say about that. And so when we're talking about why haven't they told us about the aliens, there are some implications here, man, that piss people off, especially the UFO community, who think that they're all, here to help us. And then there are other implications that scare people that don't know anything about this phenomena. That's terrifying to people that don't know. To us,
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll take it to Twitch.
We'll take it to Twitch.
We'll take it to Twitch.
No censorship there.
One thing I do want to get into in this hour here is the fact that Grusch also made mention that he believes the Vatican is also involved in hiding the UFO and alien secrets. Yes. This has been Marquise is he's like, I'm going woo here. I'm going woo. All right. But the whole point that I'm getting at here is I found that to be very interesting because for years we have been wondering, what does the Vatican actually know? We all thought it was strange a number of years ago when they named one of their telescopes looking into space, Lucifer, in the New Mexico desert. Okay. We're looking at this and we're looking, what the hell are you guys talking about? But you know what? I am a firm conspiracy theorist when it comes to the Vatican because I think they have a number of secrets that really could help humanity today that they are holding on to for pure greed. I really do believe that. But that's another conversation for
No,
another
okay.
show. Okay. The idea behind it, though, is if they have or not, or if they have knowledge, or if they have any sort of proof that extraterrestrial civilizations are out there, what does this do to the Vatican? Because you can't question the Vatican out there, Tim. You can't question them. They're not going to answer. Their press people don't really want to talk about it. They just want to talk about peace, love, and light, my man.
Yeah. Well, I think that they're prepared. And, honestly, this isn't new to the Vatican. They've already accepted this quite a while ago. So not only is it not new, but they've already discussed this and kind of prepared for it, if you will. Excuse me. And so this is a great time for it to be brought up. And the fact of the matter is, we may need to at some point look to the Vatican for some kind of support on this topic, because they may be one of those locations that we can yield information. Who knows? But I would like to consider the fact that at this point, this is a conversation that, bipartisan, it's global, it should be beyond the touch of religion because it's all encompassing. It involves everybody, all walks. And for that matter, we should be respecting that fact, because every single time we set off a nuclear bomb or something or test, we could be potentially affecting people in other dimensions, according to some of our new knowledge. And so it's no surprise that the Vatican has a deep interest in this story and how it plays out. So not a new topic for them. Definitely they have knowledge, and they probably have deep understanding of what's going on. So let's not rule them out when it comes to having some kind of thoughts on this.
Random guy, your thoughts of the Vatican and aliens?
They're kind of like, I'm not a religious person, but as far as what I've read, what I know, and what I theorize, it seems to me that, I put the thing in the chat about they're like the TMZ. They like to, and again, this is Catholic people probably going to get pissed off, but this is a non-religious viewpoint that I'm presenting here. It has nothing to do with the religion. But the Vatican itself is political. And the fact that it has the same control as a political secular government, it's just religious based, same way as Israel with, Judaism. They have the same presence, they have the same rule. And so if they're able to control and manipulate a narrative, then they can do so to fit their standards. So I feel like they probably do hold back, manipulate, interject to facilitate whatever their message and end game is. And I'm saying that as totally non-religious bias, just whatever their presence is, their power, the same way that Israel as a state, as a Jewish state, projects their power. We're not talking about the religion here, but it exists as a power in the world. I think that they do have knowledge, they do hold stuff back, and they possibly do manipulate. I don't have evidence of that, but just from everything that I brought in.
Well, let's also remember, too, that a number of years ago, Pope Francis also came out and said that he would have no problem baptizing any extraterrestrials who came down from the stars in the name of Jesus Christ. Let us remember that.
I will say that that's kind of like the United States, the left trying to bring Puerto Rico in as a state, because they're like, hey, we'll take you in as long as you keep believing, we'll keep moving forward the narrative here. Just keep signing up here, keep voting the way we vote, keep giving your money to us, and do this kind of stuff. And again, this is in the vacuum. I'm not crapping on anybody's religion. I'm just saying, as the political arm of that entity, I believe it's in their interest to continue to grow their numbers. And regardless of what social issue or what's happening in the world, they need to expand to have a way to explain it and accept it, so that they don't turn people off from their entity and their power structure.
Right. But don't forget that this is part of what David Grusch specifically claimed existed. And so he was adding to his story, claiming that the Vatican has known about this since World War II, and that they helped Mussolini retrieve a downed UFO specifically.
Well, there's the movies, there's the books, there's a lot of speculation on what goes on within the Vatican and that stuff. So I'll leave that to you guys to speculate on your show. But there's definitely, I think we can all agree that there's more than meets the eye. And that's kind of how I would leave it.
And on that note, gentlemen, I'm going to get you all to hang on right there, because when we return for the final half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight, we are going to take a look at where all of this is going. What's the purpose? What is it all about? We are joined tonight by the UFO Report's Tim Senor, from Spaced Out Radio's YouTube channel, and After Hours on the Weekend, Marquise Williams, and one of our great analysts in ufology, Random Guy. Where's this all going? Where's it all leading? False flags, or the aliens are coming? We'll find out when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Turn up that woo, people. It's aliens all night long.
Wow.
We've been hovering around 300 people all night tonight.
Did I do okay with that, Dave? Did I do that politically correct for the airwaves?
Wow.
You sounded beautiful.
Was that a good tap dance?
You sounded beautiful. You sounded beautiful, my friend. Sounded beautiful. Oh, that's nice. I just got reminded that my radio show starts in 15 minutes.
Oh, that's a pro tip.
Wow.
Only a few hours late.
Yeah.
Cancel that.
Oh, pardon me. It says, reminder, this literally just popped up in my feed here. Thanks, Facebook, by the way. Be ready to start a live video at 9:15 for UFOs, UAP, David Grusch. I'm like, well, it's 11:30 here right now. You know, I'm thinking you're running a little bit late. Just a little bit. Just a tad. I don't get it. Some people. My goodness.
So why do you think Congress is watching that old hokey alien interview movie? Is it being shown as a
I have
reference?
something on it. I have something on that, by the way. I have actual.
Let's
Really?
save that conversation, guys.
Oh,
That's not
tasty?
intermission.
It's too
That's
tasty.
not intermission.
Okay,
Okay.
too tasty
All
for the intermission. Okay.
All right. Save that. We'll get into that.
We're insatiable, Dave. We're attacking the truth wherever it may be, even if it's not.
Hey.
Even if it's not on SOR's schedule, we can't hold back the truth.
Hey, there's a Roderick. All right.
Hey, that's my
Hey,
twin,
Rod.
Roderick, what's up?
Roderick, my man. What's happening? If you put Roderick and I side by side, you would never be able to tell us apart because of our
Yeah,
beards.
it's like
Definitely.
you can remake the movie
Definitely.
Twins.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Although I think his beard is bigger than yours. That's probably
It is, but if I grow my beard about another quarter inch.
Are you kidding me? Rod's like 400 pounds, isn't he?
He's, better be careful. He could. You get
I
nothing but.
think Rod's arm is the size of Dave.
If I grow my beard another quarter inch, you will not be able to tell Roderick and I apart. Guaranteed.
Fruit, sugar, honey.
We
iced
should see if
tea.
we could talk Roderick into adopting a wrestler,
What?
because the two of you could have a show together
Wow.
with your rivals.
What are you
Rob
talking
likes to
about?
grow his
Your alt egos could get on.
What are you talking about? I don't
and
have.
talk
Wow.
with- you
I do
don't
not
know.
have an alter ego. I don't even know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
Okay. You know what I'm talking. Your evil twin with the mask. Anyways, I won't
yeah,
drive
that-
you off topic.
No. Hey, DOD, how you doing, buddy? Don't know what you're talking about, Tim.
High and dry, I got chucked right under the bus.
Dogface Simon, what's happening? Well, I mean, you bring up such nonsense. I don't have an alter ego. The hell are you talking about, man?
Yeah, if he did
This
have
is how
an
I
alter
know he's
ego-
telling the truth. This is
If he had an alter ego, they would root for the Golden Knights and not be losers.
Oh, right over the bow.
wow. You want to talk about under the bus?
I'm gonna embrace that for like
He's
another.
backed up.
I'm gonna
He's
embrace
backed
that
up.
till about Friday.
I have to take it. I have to take it.
I'm telling you guys right now, I'm gonna give Dave crap for 2 more days. Friday, it's over, new season, but he gets 2 more days of it.
Man, you guys get me on some topics here.
This is why the show is fun.
I spend too much time on the internet, that's for sure.
No, we're talking about hockey. You wouldn't be watching it anyways.
No, I would not be watching hockey. No, not at all.
And I meant because you're in New York. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Yeah, of course. I'm more of a volleyball kind of guy, you know?
Chat's race.
Apollo 11, I'll try and get that in. And Paramarv says, well, Roderick Martin, why the big secret, doesn't have a Canadian accent. Maybe I don't have a Texan accent.
But size matters when it comes to beards.
Well, that beard game's strong, you know? What that beard do?
I mean, you can tie yours in a knot. I mean, come on.
Look at Dave Walters. Doubleday says, if you grow your beard another inch, the chat room will be filled with Christmas wish lists. Holy
wow.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Dave Walters has a comment. He said the Oilers gave Vegas a better run than Florida did. That's right. And I told Dave at the time, literally right.
Muted.
We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott as we talk about UFOs all night long. And we got a great panel for you with Random Guy, Marquise Williams, and little Timmy Senor, our resident Timbit. And we are going to get into it momentarily. But first, I want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives, will you? Just do us a favor. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio and do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read the news wire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. You know, I'm still taking harassment from all the Americans out there because the Las Vegas Golden Knights went and won the Stanley Cup. And it hurts. Being an Edmonton Oilers fan, it hurts. But you know what? I got to say this. Assistant coach Ryan Craig of the Vegas Golden Knights, I trained him and his brother. When I was a hockey instructor back in my early 20s, I trained him and his brother.
That explains
I thought you were 20. What?
So I'm just saying, a little piece of me is happy for the Vegas Knights. Okay, a little piece is happy. Just a little bit. Not much, because they defeated my Oilers.
At the end of the day, you got to root for the team that beat you.
I did. I wore my Vegas Golden Knights hat last night for the show. I did. It hurt. My head was killing me. I had to take Advil after the show, okay, to get that mess off of my head. But it worked. The other thing, too, is this. Because everybody's like, well, it's been 30 years since a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup. That is true. Thank you, Gary Bettman. But I will say this. 15 of the 20 players on the Vegas Knights roster were Canadian. 14 of the players on the Florida Panthers roster were Canadian. So 29 of the 40 players that were dressed for that game were Canadian. Good Canadian boys won the Stanley Cup. You need them. And by the way, my Canucks that I follow, okay, 5 Canadians on their roster. The rest are European and American. That tells you why they don't win and teams like Vegas do.
You still got the best player in the world.
Yeah, different team though. But I don't expect you to know that because you just started picking up hockey like 3 weeks ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to have somebody out there standing in front of those pucks.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Exactly. That's
I
why
just drive
being
a
brutal.
Might as well be Canadians.
This is
All right.
brutal.
Let's get back to UFOs here, guys. Tim, you wanted to bring up an interesting topic about an alien video.
Yeah, it appears that Congress is abuzz with a pretty old and some might consider lame alien interview video that you can capture a few moments of during a film that was released back in the 80s. And segments of the film are showing what appears to be an alien being interviewed somewhat aggressively by doctors or interrogators. And then it appears the alien starts to suffer somehow and is going to kind of a shaky convulsion, at which point
Seizure.
doctors rush over and seem to appear to be reviving or helping the alien. So, very
have details.
controversial, whether it's real or not, potentially not real, but Congress is taking a look. Why? Why are they watching this? Is this a reference? Has someone told them something we don't know? I see you
Yes.
shaking your head up there, Marquise. I
Yes.
see RG's like,
He's like,
Dave
no.
is looking stern as always, and his beard just cracked.
I have a good answer for this. I'm going
Let's hear it
first.
from the beard. Okay.
All right. My answer to that is this. If you go back to the movie Men in Black, okay, Agent K tells Agent J that a lot of the times they hide things in plain sight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, random guy, he ain't going to believe me on this. Okay. I'm probably going to get a couple of eye rolls and a Vegas Golden Knight flick to the head. Okay. But I will say this. I think that there is some truth to that. Now, I'm not saying the video is real. I'm not saying that whatsoever. Okay. But we do know that they have put things, the military and the government and the agencies have been known to put things and hide things in plain sight because it's the easiest place for them to get lost and to be forgotten about. And maybe, just maybe, okay, and I'm not believing it when I say this, but we'll turn up the woo just a little bit. Maybe that video is real. Maybe.
You know what I find interesting, Dave? Dave, I think the reason why you think it's real, in my opinion, is because the alien was suffering and the guy who brought the video forward felt bad for the non-human being. And because you have a perspective about this phenomena, I think you're more inclined to believe it's real. You are much more hesitant on so many different other phenomena that have been witnessed on display out there. And this makes me think that there's a conspiracy going on in Dave's corner. I don't know about this. But I got details. Real quick. Well, random guy, go ahead. I've talked.
No, I was just going to say, while you're talking, go ahead. Can you put up the silhouette of the dude that looks like Donald Trump? Well,
Huh? What?
Marquise from the video.
So, okay. So check this out. The video was this you were talking about, Tim. It looked like from what we were told by the person who allegedly brought the video forward was that the being was suffering because it wasn't acclimated to our atmosphere. And so over time, it was slowly getting sick and they couldn't fix it because they don't understand its biology. They said that it communicated through an interpreter who was a psychic, who was a sensitive person. And that person was communicating through telepathy with this being. And that essentially it was giving them information, but it was lying to them. It was giving them information about like a philosophical and religious kind of philosophies. That's what it was telling them. This is what was being said by the guy who brought the video forward. Now, on top of that, let's talk about why they're talking about it now. And Dave, to your point, I think it's either real or a recreation that is totally speculation. 100%. This is just I just think it's real or it's recreation. That's what I think. I don't know. But I got a document for you all right here that is allegedly a press release about this video. And this is what it says. Bombshell: former Illinois governor candidate shock Congress, hand delivers 5-year investigation of government's alien retention program. Investigation claims names, emails, whistleblower testimony, and jaw-dropping video of an off-planet being in an underground facility in Nevada. Now, I won't bore you with the details of the article, but you can guess what that's about. Essentially, it was because they were allegedly briefed on that video being potentially true. Whether it's this one or not, we don't know. People have just assumed they're talking about this alien video because there's this one and there's the other one that is probably fake. But the reality is there is a claim being made that Congress is being briefed on a video that exists of an interrogation with the non-human intelligence.
Is that from the Office of Trust Me Bro, or who put that out?
The Office of Trust Me Bro. Yeah, I don't know. This is just what's circulating. That's why to your point, I don't know, man. This is what I got. But I have the document, but I don't know where it came from. And I don't know what. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
So. Well, Tim, you're the one who brought the video up. Let's continue to talk about this.
Sure. Well, what aspect? Because as to the authenticity, I have no opinion. My understanding is that this is a recreation video of a real video that was viewed by the filmmaker. Right. So he saw a real tape, and then he, as a filmmaker, created this closest replica to what he had seen. So how do you take that? I don't know how you take it, but it's in front of the eyes of Congress, which, if true, represents potentially what we're all hoping doesn't happen, which is misinforming our Congress, right? Because if this is fake, we don't want them watching this as a piece of evidence.
Keep in mind that video they are assuming, the internet is assuming that that's the video they're referring to because of the comment that was made about there being an interrogation or an alien retention program, and this video of them having an investigation. An interrogation of the other being. They don't know if that's the video. They don't know that. They're assuming that's what it is.
RG, you got to say something. Look at the look on this guy's face. It's too priceless. Our radio audience, if you could see, it's like what a pumpkin looks like 4 weeks after Halloween.
Oh my gosh!
I have so many jokes on.
So skeptical. So ready to just
we're
unleash.
Still on the radio, so I'm just.
Random guy. Listen, what if all this is true? What if it's true? How would you feel about, because we can make these, these assessments about a thing, but if you make them void of the data or or any kind of information that's associated with it, then you're making an assumption based off of just your opinion. Even if it's logical, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and logic doesn't make sense. So if these things are true, then they're illogically true, but still true.
I got a video from my daughter's 4th birthday at Chuck E. Cheese, and the animatronic Chuck E. Cheese looks real as hell, bro. Like, I'm just telling you, if you were not, we're not on your game. And I'm only saying, I'm joking, but the fact is, dude, that video is so bad. Like, if you watch that video and you're like, this is real.
It looks pretty cheap,
bad, bro. Like James Fox, when he recreates I'm sure at some point he's going to recreate the Logan Paul stolen video in some way. And I'm sure that will have some much better effects to it than what we're watching right now with this Chuck E. Cheese alien robotic.
But that video isn't what's being claimed by the official sources.
Of course, but it doesn't matter because all the videos, I will go as far as this. Every interview video, correct me if I'm wrong because I'm new to this crap, I downloaded on freaking like LimeWire in 1998, along with my MJ12 documents and the Lazar video. And they're like, hey guys, guess what? Here's the most vested secrets the government has ever had. But now that you guys have, at 17 or 19 years old, have the internet, here is everything the CIA ever had. The hell out of here, bro. None of that's real. Come on. Come on, you're smart.
The problem is this. It's not you're focusing on the video that I admitted is probably a recreation. And Tim verified that it was. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, and I think what you're getting to is that the fact is that this is something that potentially Congress is looking at, real or fake.
Yeah.
And so that's really the thing.
And that's another problem. This is exactly what I keep hearing. You could hand people what they want on a silver platter, and if it's not, and they still say it's not real, it's fake. Oh, videos, oh, that's not real. Oh, pictures, they're faked. Oh, the testimony, oh, they're liars. It doesn't matter what you do. people are going to believe what they want. Alien lanes down. McGwier says, "Oh, the government works with Hollywood to create a." It's just all going to be. It's all going to be dismissed, you know. So no matter what happens, it kind of feels like this is just a game of what do you believe or what don't you believe. And that my frustration is it doesn't have to be. That's just how we're treating it on both sides.
I respect what you're saying 100%. And I know I'm making jokes about it because in this one account, it's so ludicrous. But overall, I respect what you're saying. I get your point. It's like we can't discredit everything just on the basis because you'll never please everybody and whatever their criteria is. I get that. But this was a terrible hill to die on for anybody else. And the fact that this particular video, or allegedly speculated, let me rephrase that. If this is one of the videos that's being thrown in Congress, all you're doing is setting the whole system up for them to laugh at it. That's my point. There's much better stuff you can show them.
It's important to note again, and I have to reiterate this, that's not the video that anyone from an official source is claiming is what they've looked at. That's just what the internet is using as a reference to what might be because they believe it. It's like, what do you think? What do you think? It's important because, you know, if David Grusch comes out and says that, we got a problem. Because even I would be like, dude, you got to prove to me that video is real. Like, I know it's not. I don't think come on, convince me. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is
wouldn't know anything about videos. That's one thing we know.
That's actually not what's been said. So they did say
he's giving secondhand accounts, from what I understand.
He's also given video and pictures as well as documentation of his claims.
That he himself took or secondhand.
Well, no, I don't know if he took that's
because
not.
I was told that the evidence that he provided the Inspector General is in fact documents and or videos and photos that were given to him, not that he himself took.
Is that a problem?
It is a big problem because you have somebody that's beyond reproach playing a telephone game with potential misinformation or counterintelligence. That's why it's a problem.
Oh my gosh, man. I mean, you're not wrong. The problem is that, again, no matter what is presented, it seems like there's always a retort. It's going to be this same game. What do you believe? They're going to come up with this, we know for sure because of this information. And then we're going to say, well, you know, I don't think it's true because,
You're right. I'm skeptical, but my job here on the show is to point out to people I'm the devil's advocate. I'm here to
You're
bring
good at it. You're good at it. You're good at it.
Because I'm here to tell you what I'm not crapping all over ufology. I'm not crapping over these testimonies. What I'm doing is telling you, if you guys want to get your point across, these are what you're up against. This is what you're up against. And I'm telling you how to, if you leave these gaps, we have what's called the chain of custody in law enforcement and other.
Yeah.
If you lose the chain of custody and you try to prosecute a case against a criminal, guess what it's called? Fruit of a poison tree doctrine, where you substantiated evidence without remaining custody of it. It's like legal stuff. It matters. It matters that there was no gaps in the handling of evidence. And when you get evidence secondhand from an unnamed source and then present it, I'm not saying it discredits it. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it brings a reasonable doubt, which we've established as a nation is enough to free a criminal. So if it's enough to free a criminal, is it not enough to substantiate somebody that's already skeptical to disregard your testimony?
And can we briefly just hit on this? This is being considered by Congress already very seriously, because David Grusch also claims that this and other evidence is being withheld from Congress. And recently we have a quote coming from Senator Brian Schultz. Oh, bummer. It just went to an ad. I'm sorry. And that quote is that the allegations themselves are breathtaking. And so he is a Hawaii Democrat. And there are others in Congress that are receiving this information and taking it very seriously. So the fact is that we have to be very careful sourcing and how it's being received. But the fact is if they're getting this information, taking it seriously and talking about it, what does that mean? Because I just wanted to elevate it slightly in a different way for you, RG, knowing that they take this very seriously. And some of them are already UFO enthusiasts.
Okay.
So
they're on the opposite end of skeptics. So they're going to believe it until they've proven wrong.
Yeah, you think they're predisposed to believe is what you're saying.
Right. And I'm not saying that's bad. The same way I'm predisposed to not believe. Everybody has both are okay. you're allowed to have your homeostasis of your opinion. Like, this is how I approach my world. What you're not allowed to do is infer things that are not actually there. So the evidence needs to lead us, whether you're a believer or non-believer. We can meet in the middle based on the evidence, but the evidence needs to have a proper chain of custody to get there. That's my thing. And I saw somebody in chat said the names were named. Cool. But if they don't sign their names to it also to the IG, it's still secondhand information.
We've gone to war for less.
I can't go give direct testimony that I saw Marquise shoot Tim in court because my friend told me. Because my friend told me, and I gave him. Well, my friend Dave told me that Marquise shot Tim.
Yeah, but Dave's got a video and a picture of me with the dreads and my glasses and me.
But it's kind of blurry. It's kind of blurry. You look like a whole bunch of other black guys.
And then Tim yells out, "Marquise, don't do it!" It's like we're talking to.
Well, we know that at this
it
point,
wasn't me.
They're going to follow up. They're going to follow up on the allegations. They're calling it a game changer, or it could be a crank. They just don't know. But they are saying that there are chamber members in Congress that are skeptics, and they will likely soon be investigating using lawmakers from both parties and in both chambers of Congress to do investigations on these claims. So it's not just going to get shoved and assumed. So it is being taken to the next level. So we will be hearing more. And also, just to let you know,
but I'm rooting for this. I'm really rooting for this.
Right.
Because
And
I'm
also,
already invested in this for like 6 months. And I watch all these guys that study this stuff for 20 or 30 years. That's not what I do. I get stuff done. So like, if I'm going to get super frustrated if I can't get something done quickly. So I'm rooting for it. I want this to happen. I want to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
I want to know beyond. It doesn't have to be concrete, but it needs to be more than where I can just be like, nah.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, that's where I need to be.
Tim Burchett is coming forward with another public hearing, and he hopes to call Dave Grusch as one of the witnesses / whistleblowers to come forward at that open hearing, at which point we can hear more, and there can be direct questions from both Congress members and the press.
Chat is being funny. I'm sorry, but I want to say that I feel like the goalpost for what is considered disclosure keeps getting pushed forward further and further away. And also what is considered, it is absolutely being pushed. Maybe not to you, but in terms of what the public conversation is, it is absolutely being pushed further and further and further. I think you're consistent with your.
To me, the closure is show me.
That's consistent with you. Yeah.
There's nothing less.
Yeah.
On that note, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you to you, Marquise Williams, from our after hours show on our YouTube channel on the weekends, from the UFO Report, Tim Senor, and Random Guy, one of our intrepid advisors to ufology. You know, the man, the myth, and the legend all wrapped into one, except he can't grow a beard worth anything.
It's got a great cut, though. Military cut.
Exactly. And I'm going to be thankful for all of you for your support and love for me and my family this week as we prepare to say goodbye to my mom on Friday after she passed away a week ago. Thank you for the love, everybody. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat room tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. I swear to God that these stupid cough candies that I have, that the minute they are done in my mouth, like, you finally chew them up and you're like, okay, that one's done. My throat's feeling good. That within seconds, all of a sudden you get that itch right there. That's like, I got to park.
Why
Oh,
is he
wow.
surprised? The name of the candy is right on there. Cough candy. It's gonna make
Right?
Dave just enjoys different things in his mouth and his throat.
Oh my gosh.
Chat, you guys are funny tonight. I'm just going to tell you
Chat
that
is
right now.
on a roll tonight.
Chad is killing it tonight.
Yeah, that was awesome.
It's the reason I've been dying the whole show is reading your guys' comments. You guys are crushing it.
Oh yeah, I was laughing the whole time. They're on point.
Ill random gee. Thanks, Jerry.
Dave brought me on the show tonight. He's like, "Hey, Bob canceled. I'm bringing Marquise on. Whatever he says, just disagree with him."
He knows I get fired up. Getting me all fired up, Dave.
Easy. Oh. Giving away our recipes.
I'm at my best when I'm
we'd have to make that change to Ricola.
That would be a sponsor. That's a good sponsor.
Yeah, because Lord knows Fisherman's Friend and the cherry version are not doing.
You got to bring the Europeans into this, Dave.
They're everywhere.
They have a long history of plaguing coughing. They are the experts.
Oh yeah.
That's what the
Paul
commercials
Francis
tell us.
says, "Rando guy, get back to Vegas. We need some live reports."
I'm actually still in Vegas right now. Been stuck here.
Stuck there.
I knew a guy who dressed exactly like Paul Francis's profile picture in real life.
So he never got laid?
Oh no, that's all he did was get
I'm
laid.
joking.
Oh my gosh.
Just kidding.
That dude was legit.
Like bare-chested Gene Simmons.
I'm telling you, man, the parachute pants,
Senor.
everything. I don't understand it. I was like, doesn't he scare you and your family? He's so smart and different. I was like, okay. Sell your soul if you want to. That's fine with me. I don't.
Biggest life regret: getting a kiss tattoo on my ass. Just kidding. But wouldn't it be sentimentally hilarious?
That would be great. That would be great.
Perfect.
Oh my gosh.
That's our little Timmy Senor right there.
So who's shorting Taiwan Semiconductor with me?
TCSM, I think it's called, right? TCSM or TMS.
Yes, Alex, this is the after show.
Love. Insider info.
Now we can talk politics and dirt.
TSMC, Taiwanese Semiconductor. Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think is going to happen with all this stuff? Real world stuff. Like, we won't talk politics, Dave, but we will talk
potentials.
World events. We will talk world events. Just we'll keep the politics out of it.
You think the aliens will stop them?
It's a good test, right? So
Right?
the Russians moved hypersonic nuclear weapons into Belarus.
We can shoot them down, though. We have the technology
think
to
so?
shoot them down.
You think
That's what's been alleged. I mean, allegedly we have
can shoot them down. You think Ukraine can?
No.
You think Germany can? You think Europe can?
No.
Absolutely not. Because if the day comes where Russia uses nuclear weapons on the United States, there's going to be a lot of explaining to do of the magic stuff that comes out of the sky to help us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
I'll tell you that right now.
I think so.
I'll tell
I
you
can
that
agree with
much.
Yeah.
It's going to seem like the aliens were on our side, but it wasn't aliens.
Unless this theory of the breakaway civilization is, I mean, what if the breakaway civilization is the ones that have the tech? They're the ones that are infiltrating the government, but they're not a part of it. They're in there just manipulating strings, but they're not the ones behind it all. And if that's the case, then their concern isn't us here. It's their civilization, that breakaway civilization that's thriving with this technology. So maybe
real
they'll just let it
talk,
happen.
Real talk. I feel like, not to discount anybody's story, but I'm leaning toward, from what I'm learning, and the more I investigate, and I might be down the wrong path because we all go down our own path in this.
Yeah, for sure.
In this, right? I'm leaning toward interdimensional AI-based stuff.
I am too. Yeah,
Me personally.
Well, I'm thinking that there's an orchestrator, like an entity.
No, I'm not saying that some kind of intelligent organic being is not running it, but I feel like maybe they solved time travel, interdimensional travel, warp, all those kind of things, but perhaps they're not willing to risk flesh and blood for it. And whatever aliens we see, whether they be grays or plug-in sighting here, is an analog of a perhaps cross-organic, cyborg, but really not actually an organic being, but working as a servant or a tool of intelligent beings in the other dimension.
That is extremely interesting. You bring these complex potentials,
That's what happens.
Other level.
Time all weekend.
That's what happens when you bring a guy that drinks a lot and plays video
wow.
conversations.
No. You know what that was like? You remember Bull Durham?
Yes.
Where everybody's asking the old Duke Lelouch if he what his first date with Susan Sarandon was like. He was like, no, we didn't have sex. She just read to me and played music. Read to me. That's all random guy did was lay on the couch, and Nicole Sackett reading him UFOs from Donald Schmidt and Grant Cameron and Linda Moulton Howe and Rick Doty and all of everybody.
We all just got a visual.
And that's how she found out he was gay. I'm just
Oh, whoops. That's a softener right there. That softened the crowd right up. I have a quick question for you guys, because I would love to get your knee-jerk reactions from some of the stuff that we heard from Stephen Greer's witnesses. And just very briefly, Michael Herrera in particular was a former Marine Corps military witness that came forward and was talking about Western Indonesia and the experience he had there with what looked like a craft and special ops looking individuals that were loading what looked like, and he later found out potentially was human trafficking, drugs, and things like that. I would love to get your take on that. Let's just go with the fair game playing here, that this is just a real story. And if we're to interpret that, what is your reaction? How does that story fit in with what we're hearing nowadays? And I guess if you even consider it a real story, which is fair, and we can just take it from whoever wants to go first.
I'll go second because I completely ignored what you said.
Wow.
Thanks.
Wow.
That's not the first time, RG.
Dang.
Stylish.
Sorry, I was texting sex stuff to somebody. It was
Oh my gosh, dude.
We can't guess who or anything, but wait, my phone just rang. RG, you slut.
I'm here to drink
Gross.
vodka.
Oh,
and
it's so
sing.
hairy.
I'm here to
It looks
drink
like a
vodka and
robin
send
in
dick
a
pics, and
nest
I'm almost
laying
out of
eggs.
vodka.
What is? Oh, it's horrible.
Oh my gosh.
It's so
no.
furry.
No.
Oh, I like this one with the teeth.
Horrible.
The one with the teeth I like.
My poor
Oh my
audience
God.
would be scarred.
Marquise, go ahead. Being the only sane person left.
Oh no. What the?
How do you recover? Be professional. Don't let the comedian bring you down.
I need a second. Hold on. Oh my god.
That's pretty much the. You guys are illustrating the exact effect I have on
Oh my
every group
gosh.
chat I'm in.
Oh my gosh. I lost it. What the fuck?
Are you okay, Marquise?
He had to take his glasses off.
It was the hairy one that got me.
Got him. Got him. Got him.
Oh,
Stick
no.
around, it gets worse.
It hurts.
Hurts.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
You're a jerk
You guys
for
are
that
terrible.
one.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
We love you too, bro.
I'm ready for
Oh.
syndication.
I am a big fan of stupid humor.
Available.
Borat, all that stuff. Oh my gosh, I freaking love it.
Borat's incredible.
It's
I
incredible.
love Borat.
Team America, oh my gosh, I love stupid humor. That was amazing. That was literally amazing. MacGruber, my favorite movie of all time. That was the best. I'll do it. You guys know what I'm talking about. What do you want me to? That was an awesome movie. Okay, so back to the business.
By the way, let's just all pay attention. Terry says,
All right.
Hail Mary, full of grace, pray for us
Oh my
sinners.
gosh.
It's too late.
I just
It's too
cleaned
late.
my dang glasses.
We fogged him up.
Oh
He
my
got
gosh,
all
that was
foggy.
terrible. Wow.
So
I don't remember the question.
It happens all the time. That's why
just had a
Tim
fact.
takes notes. That's why I
Let's-
take the notes.
Tim's the only person holding the fucking show together at this point.
Now you know why I get all the big bucks here. Dave,
Let's go to some audience questions. How about
there
that?
you go.
He's like, fuck this.
Before Tim has a heart attack, let's go to some audience questions. Let's go to Lady Blah Blah, who is asking, what kind of evidence do whistleblowers need?
All right. I want Random Guy to answer that question because we differ in our. I gotta regain my composure.
Okay, so I assume this means what does a whistleblower need to bring forward to be credible? Is that what we're to infer from this
Yeah,
question?
I would assume so.
So we need something more than your resume. We need something tangible. And the problem is, it sounds like some of that tangible stuff was what Grusch provided to the IG right now. If, in fact, Grusch did give tangible stuff, meaning photographs, videos, locations, specifics that can be verifiable, I don't care if they scrub it, but they need to provide some portion of that and say, this is what the dude brought us. We took out our stuff that you can't see, but here's what you can see that he was referring to. If they did that and it still has something even questionable, if they said, this is not our stuff in this video, this is not our stuff in this photograph, Grusch provided it to us, this location at this facility on this date, boom, it's beyond reproach. We're done. We know.
I have a question. And this is what I think is probably one of, in my opinion, the most important aspects of this credibility factor of evidence, credibility of evidence factor. You have people like Gary Nolan and Jacques Vallée, who have been studying the metamaterial, which is allegedly the material recovered from the crashed UFOs, the non-human technology. They've explicitly said this, okay, in public, on documentaries, it's out there. And that is one of the reasons why not only did Gary Nolan say that the properties of this metamaterial are exactly why we know with 100% certainty that it is not human, but that's also what has been echoed by David Grusch, who, again, if he's providing the same scientific data, which would be the empirical evidence that we're not alone. If you're talking about what data would be relevant, it's science. I think we're ignoring the science that's been presented right in front of our eyes. And that is the idea that no one on this planet can produce the material in this specific way that it's been produced to create the effects that they're claiming it creates, including time dilation, including this extra dimensional effect where if you enter into a craft that's 4 or 5 meters big, it's as if it's a stadium size on the inside. That's an interdimensional effect, according to physics. I'm not a physicist. Listen to what they say.
Quantum stuff.
That's what they're saying is the reason
Ant-Man.
the materials.
Yeah.
Yes.
I get it.
That is the material science behind why they believe it is empirically not human.
If they could bring any of those materials to the public, any of them,
Yeah,
in any capacity, like you could literally bring a metal bar,
right.
and if it's some alloy or composite that is not human created with our elements, that enough. And you don't even have to give context to it. It doesn't have to be a craft. That enough. To me, that's evidence.
Do you want to see the material, or do you want to see the material? Okay, so Gary Nolan he's shown a piece of it.
I want to see the what do they call that shit? Because I'm not a scientist. The spectrum.
The isotopic ratio? Oh, you're talking about the actual.
Shows the elements. And I want Sarfati or somebody that's respected to come out and be like, yeah, that shit's legit. Here we go. This is real. This is an alloy that doesn't exist and it's not makeable by us. The
coalition for UAP studies has a lot of documentation about some of that information you're looking for, and so does Jacques Vallée.
Then it should be in the media. It should be on the news. It should be front page news. We have alloys that don't exist.
It's been mentioned.
News.
It's not though, but it's okay. Is that the fault of the people bringing the data forward though? They're doing what they need to do, and that's bring it forward, and people are ignoring it. Whose fault is that?
Bring it to me. Give it to me. I will get it on the news. I'm not joking.
Gary, I'll tweet Gary Nolan. He's not gonna. I'm a small tweet. I'm a small
because I'm a loudmouth. I will get it done, and I know all the same dysfunctional people like me that work in the government.
Yeah.
And I will make a lot of noise about it. If it's legit and I can get evidence of it, I will get it out personally.
Do you not think that he and others have already contacted people in your position, or the people you're referring to?
I'm not in any position. I'm just a dumbass that knows all the people.
But the people that you're talking about, you think they don't have contact with them? And I think the secret college, for example, that's been mentioned by Jacques Vallée.
Why haven't I heard of this? Why is it not on the news? Why is it not on TikTok, Facebook, Twitter? Why is Elon Musk not?
Because the media is failing us.
If you give me an alloy that is not earthbound and not made with our materials and elements, I will get it to Elon Musk and I will get that mofo to retweet it. I guarantee it. And then what are you going to do? You're going to hide. You're going to hide and say it didn't happen.
I think you're giving too much credit to the Elon Musk.
Give me 1 second here, guys. Hey, Greg, how are you?
Good. How you doing, my friend?
Good. I just want to quickly run down tomorrow. So we are having another panel tomorrow. Marquise is going to run it on the David Grusch story and other whistleblowers. Tomorrow night, Tim Senor is going to join in. Louis Borges from the UAP Studies podcast is coming in. Dr. Michael Masters is going to be there. Let me see who else here. Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, looks familiar.
This guy. Look at this guy.
Daniel Elizondo is going to be there, and Matt Ford is going to be there as well.
My goodness, what a panel.
And I might join in from my parents' house.
Awesome.
Oh, wait, he's not wearing a Superman outfit. I'm not really figuring out what's going on.
Hey, ladies, you keep in mind, I get to ask the questions. I got some good ones. Oh, I got some good ones. Yes.
I do got to say something to all of you guys.
What's up, Grant?
I'm going to be off grid for about. I'm going to be off grid for a few days until the 19th. I just want to wish every single one of you happy Father's Day a little bit early. I know I'm a little bit early, but I will completely be gone after tomorrow. And anybody in the chats, anybody that's listening to this, happy Father's Day. I love every single one of you. Dave, I love you, my friend. My heart goes out to you. You're my friend.
You're all right.
That's
You're
love. That was love.
For a guy who has webbed feet, you're okay.
Wow.
He's advanced.
Water planet.
Yeah, he's advanced.
It's different when you're wearing a backwards hat.
Yeah,
he's from the streets representing.
There you go. There you go. And I thought
Tom DeLonge was joining us for a minute. And then,
oh gosh, this guy random. Come on.
What if Tom DeLonge was right? What if he was telling the truth?
Tom DeLonge was telling the truth. He doesn't know anything about anything.
Bingo.
He's just telling whatever people tell him.
We can debate about that sometime.
I like
It's
it.
not a
I
debate.
would love to debate you on that.
Let's
I
do
would
it.
love to.
You're in luck.
Let's
I'm
do
a
it.
master debater.
I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
gross.
not.
Terrible.
Gross.
You guys are terrible.
Gross.
Okay, I will ask Marquise this.
Yeah.
What is something good that Tom DeLonge did? Because he didn't set up the To the Stars Academy. Okay. He
Yep.
blew it on Joe Rogan's podcast when he was talking about fake UFO videos and whipping his dick out on camera.
Oh my gosh. You talking about the TR3B or whatever? Yeah.
That's why they had to expedite Lou
Such a
Elizondo.
rookie move because he should have kept it to Snapchat like the pros. But go
Wow.
ahead.
Exactly. Let's see. He was nearly booted out of his own company about 7 times because of that. He bullied Elizondo, saying he would give Elizondo one of his mansions to live in. And the 2 years that Elizondo lived in San Diego, he was living in a trailer park in his RV with his wife because DeLonge never moved him into one of his houses. So what good did Tom DeLonge? And let's not forget all of the posts of what if I were to tell you, only to be erased within an hour to 3 hours, because he kept on getting in shit for passing on false information to the public on social media. So please tell me, what did Tom accomplish?
Well, I can't dispute that at all. My question is the information he's presenting true? And the question, or is, let's put it this way, has anyone else echoed the same sentiments that he's echoed since he's come forward? The answer
Yeah, because he
is yes.
regurgitates what everybody else says.
He's like Nick Pope. He's the American Nick Pope, who says a whole lot of information that everyone else has said, but can't have an original thought on his own.
He's like Joe Biden with his note card at a presentation.
Oh, man, you guys just roasting Tom DeLonge. Here's what I think. I
Now
think
walk
this.
off.
Yeah. I think that, Dave, everything you said, I don't know about some of those claims you're making, but I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, if that's true, if you're saying that's true, okay, fine. I accept that. I don't care about the integrity of Tom DeLonge. My question is, why is it that he made claims, especially about being connected to the Hillary Clinton, to the campaign, to generals and all these high-ranking people, come to find out he's on an email chain communicating with generals about disclosure, and that's disclosure of course, non-human intelligence if Hillary Clinton gets elected president. So to your point, yes, he may be a shitty person. Excuse my, I don't like cursing, but he may be.
I love the musician. Okay, but there's a lot of
I
bullshit.
said person. I didn't say musician. I said he's a crappy person, according
the
to
awesome
what
musician.
Right.
He's in your yed.
My what? My yet. I just want to know if I said what if he's telling the truth about the phenomena, not about whether or not he's going to help Louis Elizondo. I don't care about that. I care about aliens, or as he has been saying since he first came out, not these interdimensional beings, which again, you can call it a regurgitation, but isn't anything anybody ever says a regurgitation of previously stated things from all humanity? I mean, we've all done this. It's called time binding.
He sits there. Okay,
There's original thought.
Prior to the creation of the To the Stars Academy,
Yeah.
he approaches Renario Hernandez and asks Hernandez, what is the cost to buy the free experiencers statistics?
I heard about this.
Okay.
It sounds like candy
Hernandez
right now.
turns him down. Hernandez turns him down. Okay.
Yeah.
And then DeLonge goes on this long Peter Lavenda diatribe that all aliens are evil. We need to put nuclear weapons in space in order to shoot down the evil aliens that are coming to destroy this planet.
He said to put nukes in space.
Yes, he said that on the Joe Rogan
Reagan
podcast.
said that. Star Wars.
I don't remember that. I'll have to now. I got to listen to that again because I don't remember that. You drive me crazy with that. Yeah.
The point that I'm saying is this: Peter Lavenda has caused Tom DeLonge, and hey, everybody has their beliefs, to believe that everything alien in space is evil and coming to destroy this planet, much like Independence Day. Okay, to wipe out humanity. And we got to defend ourselves with them nukes. They're afraid of our nukes. Right. I mean, this is the bullshit we're dealing with. Okay. So then what Tom doesn't answer, though, is If all aliens are bad, why did you try to buy? And I've asked him this on social media, and he dodges the question all the time. I said, why did you offer to
jump in.
buy the free experiencers statistics that show that 84% of all people who took that poll, almost 5,000 people who took
Right.
that poll, 84% said they loved their contact and would love for it to happen again. If he would have bought those statistics, he would have buried them to suit his own agenda.
How do you know that?
I don't think
Because
he was
Peter Levenda.
dodging the
Public.
question. He wasn't dodging the question. He's just ignoring Dave.
I have a response to that. I have a response. You asked a question. I have a response.
Sure.
So here's what I have to say about that. And this is something that I've always thought about. I've read the John Keel, the Jacques Vallée, the Peter Levenda. There is a context that I think that people are they're completely missing in this with this phenomenon. There is good out there. There's no doubt. Tom DeLonge does admit that there is good out there. He doesn't say, for example, that all alien life or non-human intelligences are all bad. He says the ones that are engaging with humanity are bad. And by the way, that sentiment isn't just him saying it in an echo chamber. It's also people like Jacques Vallée who have suggested that the phenomena may be a part of something called a control system. And we don't have enough time to talk about all that stuff, but essentially there may be an integration program that has been mentioned by David Jacobs, of course, through the abduction phenomena, because there isn't just one study done on abductions. David Jacobs did this as well, and he suggests a completely different thing than the hypothesis than what you're talking about. By the way, they're here. Some of them look like us because of an integration program, a hybridization program, and the sole purpose is to continue and to perpetuate chaos among humanity and integrate. Ultimately, integration and dominance, not through killing people with laser beams, through positions of power in every aspect of human life. I think that we need to consider that. If it's possible, do you want to say, nah, they're all good while they're taking over the world? Like, it's kind of my...
I never said that. I never said that.
Right.
What I said was that Tom tried to bury the statistics. If he
We
would have
don't
got
know that. We don't know that. Because, okay, to your point, let's put it this way. Do you know what one of the things that Keel and Levenda mention, and others, of course, there's plenty others, mention when it comes to that specific phenomena? That is that the 80% of people you're referring to, why they have this pleasant feeling. When a parasite latches on to its host, right? What happens? What does it do?
When you take a
Are
multiple
you talking
test,
about my ex-wife?
Feels good for a while, doesn't it?
I missed that.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, if we're gonna play the cutoff game, I'll end the stream here. But if you take a multiple contactee to take a multiple question, this isn't a 10-question survey. It was like 50 or 100 question survey. Okay, right. If you take that survey and you average out the numbers, okay, what you get is the statistics that come out from that survey. It's only obvious. It's mathematics. Okay. The people that you are talking to, and no, we don't have a Discord. SOR will never have a Discord channel. Discord sucks. Okay. Now, but when you have, I just saw Alex's question here. When you have those statistics, the one thing that you, Marquise, have that you don't use enough, and I don't use enough, okay, as well, is we're experiencers. We know what it feels. Jacques Vallée is not an experiencer. Peter Levenda is not an experiencer. Tom DeLonge, we don't know if he's an experiencer or not. Some days he is, some days he isn't. Okay? Those days when for our experiencers, okay, instead of relying and name dropping on all the bookshelves, on the books that you've read, feel inside yourself, dude. You know the answer. You know you've had good. You know you've had bad. I've had the good, I've had the bad, and I've had the ugly. Okay? I have no problem saying that. I've had it all. And I'm not trying to lecture you. Please don't. We're just having
I asked for this.
Okay? What I'm saying is, yes, they may have interviewed a number of people, but Peter Levenda also made a lot of money on his books talking about how aliens were out to feed on us. and destroy humanity. That's his
Right.
that's his shtick. Tom DeLonge bought into his shtick.
Can I just drop 2 cents in on Tom DeLonge very briefly? Because I kind of come in thinking this way, that Tom DeLonge and TTSA were, individual and a group that came out at a time when the public didn't know anything about this topic. They somehow whittled out some videos from the Navy that took the world by storm and got the whole world talking about this topic in a new way, in a real way. And I feel like TTSA was probably point guard on that whole narrative coming forward. Now they are delivering the threat narrative and they are looking for funding and things like that, but it was timing, right? And so if for nothing else, that happened. And you don't have to look at it as a positive or a negative, but I feel like it may be a stake in the ground for ufology.
I agree with what you're saying. They brought the media attention, okay? But let's go back, okay? And Marquise, did you ever do your homework and read my 14 reasons why I never supported the TTSA?
Did you send that to me
I did.
through email or message?
Okay. Which Jim Semivan said I was 95% correct on that. And I had never interviewed anybody from the To the Stars Academy.
Marquise, it's pre-reading to join Spaced Out Radio.
Oh,
You must
I
have
need
read
to.
it. It's
Yeah,
in the pamphlet.
I need to read it. I'm extremely interested. I feel like maybe you did. I don't know how that slipped.
It's
me.
basic
I read
training
everything.
around here. Forget about it.
I read
But
everything.
the point that
Grant
I'm getting
note.
at, the point that I'm getting at is this, okay? To the Stars Academy created the threat narrative, the public threat narrative. There was no threat narrative prior to that. They also, on a good note, they manipulated the media enough for the media to gain the coverage because this was something new. Okay. So what they did, and they played a perfect game plan. They said, you don't need to research this. We're going to provide everything for you. We're going to give you the guy who ran the program in Elizondo. We're going to give you the government agent in Chris Mellon. And eventually that kind of switched over to Harry Reid. We're going to give you the fighter pilot in David Fravor.
Yep.
So media,
man,
don't need to research this. We've already done the research for you. Here is the facts. Here are the questions to ask. And here are the stars of the show. And by the way, rock star Tom DeLonge and his social media following are all listening on board to every word you say, Fox News, CNN, New York Times.
Yeah, and they're also singing "We Won't Get Fooled Again," right? And that's why we're hearing such a hush from main media right now about David Grusch.
We're living a real live Don't Look Up right now. That's what I think. I think we're living Don't Look Up. We have a problem. I mean, the 80. I don't even know where to go from here because I feel like there isn't a clear, predisposition to believe that these beings are all heavenly and they're just like, oh, they love us all. But that is not everyone's experience. And so at least a portion of them are allegedly doing the things that Tom DeLonge is mentioning. And so not just DeLonge, but again, others as well. Threat narrative, I get it. You want to scare people into to WMDs again. The only problem is that we have a very rich, again, data set of people that have talked about abductions, and a vast amount of them say that it's not pleasant. And almost all of them say they have PTSD as a consequence of it. And if you were to ask anyone, I have PTSD. You can't tell me you don't have. I mean, if you don't have PTSD, Michael Carter has PTSD. Everybody I've ever talked to that is an experiencer, Whitley Strieber, name them that these are just people that I can name off the top of my head. You say who? We can do the who game because the reality is that it is a fact that PTSD accompanies the phenomena. That's not pleasant.
I agree with you.
I think that's why it's not about them coming down to eat our limbs and to steal our children and women. It's about infiltration, and it's about manipulation of the human consciousness. And of course, Nicole mentioned it, life after death. What do they want with us in relation to life after death? They're interested. And we're living a don't look up, guys. This is where we are. Everything's fine. They love us. They want to help us. While they're doing all these things to us, it just doesn't jive. We gotta look at both sides, good and the bad, good and the bad.
Yeah.
There is good and there is bad. And I mean, just as everybody that's out there that's had an experience, like you mentioned, Whitley Strieber, and listen to how he talks about his experiences.
Terry Lovelace. I mean, what?
But the deal is, I mean, mine could have been construed as a bad experience. And when it comes down to it, I look back at that experience. I was 5 when I met my first gray, and scared the living bejesus out of me because I'm 5. I wasn't even allowed to watch anything that I can now as an adult. It was black and white Popeye and Sunday Mickey Mouse and whatever have you. You know, I wasn't allowed to watch these things, and then I have this experience, and at the time it scared the hell out of me. But in relation to that, I watch all these videos and all these movies, and you talk about Hollywood and these movies or these people that are having the same kind of PTSD. I don't look back on my experience as a PTSD moment. I look back on it as kind of like, wow, wait a minute. We're not alone. And now I'm more of a little kid with big eyes and full of wonderment and going, yeah, they might be bad. They might be good. I don't know what the fuck to believe. Excuse my language. But realistically, it's more or less, I don't think there is I know the fear tactic that they've been using. Okay, hey, they're here to eat our limbs. Hey, they're here to, every time there's some kind of nuclear something happening in the world, they're always there. And it's a fear tactic. It's a control tactic. And I look at this as such, and especially with Hollywood, because how many alien movies besides the ones in the 80s, and I am speaking about Flight of the Navigator, where it wasn't that bad, you know what I mean? But then you look, or even Close Encounters of the Third Kind,
right?
It wasn't that bad, but then you get those people who are like, well, they stole people, and those, you know what I mean? So you get half and half. So until the day comes where I meet these people from wherever they come from, I'm gonna hold a neutral opinion of exactly what's going on, because I think the media is fear mongering. And until just very recently,
I don't see, Grant. I wish that you and Dave would crash course me on I need to understand why people think this threat narrative, this term threat narrative, to me, it's frustrating because
super frustrating.
Well, let me be clear. Threat narrative, the term, the word, like the phrase itself, is what's frustrating. If there is a problem and it is not positive towards humanity, then you can perceive that as a threat, especially if you don't want that problem entering into your life or anyone else's life that you're supposed to be protecting. And so to think that by stating there's a problem, you're just perpetuating negativity, that's literally putting your head in the sand while there's a danger all around you. And I'm not saying that's the case here, but that's essentially what we're talking about. We're saying, look, yeah, maybe some of them do all these terrible things you're talking about, and there's Stockholm syndrome, and there's the baby integration program where they take in missing fetus syndrome, unexpected pregnancies, there's the negative abductions, there's a PTSD, but you know what? I heard a lady that said she had a great experience, and I'm just going to go with it. That is just not a very good way of looking at it. And I think that we should at least, again, it's not about being scared of everything. It's about considering this. as a potential for why they haven't told us. Because look, I guarantee there are people that want to strangle me right now because of what I'm saying. Because they don't want, how dare you talk about the aliens like that? Look at us. I've heard this before. Yes, we're bad. That doesn't mean that bad things should happen to all of us, because some of us are bad and some of them are bad. That doesn't mean that we should ignore all of the bad because a lot of them are good. I can't figure out. I don't understand. I don't get it.
So here's the gist of exactly what you just said, and I'm going to break it down really simple. Every single person on this planet that is either been a contactee or someone that might just happen to believe in UFOs, someone that saw something random in the sky, or some people that actually flew the craft, nobody is going to fully understand until we fully understand. So it's all conjecture. It's all what if until that point happens. Now, I can't sit there and say, hey, you're going to have this experience. No, everybody's experience is different.
Yeah.
Just like everybody's fingerprints are different. So
people are
nobody
telling me
knows.
I need to breathe. The chat is telling me I need to breathe.
Breathe.
Dave, I think I just made a fool of myself, Dave.
No, you did not.
I don't think you made a fool of yourself, but I wouldn't say that at all. You have a very emotional opinion about what you went through, and you can only your opinion is going to be derived from what you have experienced, much like mine is, or Samantha Mowett's, or Grant's Grant here, or anybody else who's had an experience, even Tim. Okay. And look, we're not saying this is pretty. I'm not saying it's pretty at all, but you can't, like when we were talking about the free experiencers, the point that I'm trying to make is the people gave their, and I took that test. So I'm one of the 5,000 who took that test. Okay. So I know it quite well. You can't poo-poo their experiences because they don't match up to yours. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. Okay. I'm going by the statistics of what was recorded by some very brilliant people, including Dr. Edgar Mitchell, who set up the free experiencers and helped set up the test. Okay. Who is very pro alien encounters. That's what I'm trying to say. So your experience, which I 100%, 1,000,000,000% believe, okay, may not be what I've experienced or what Grant's experienced. And you and I have had some serious discussions about my experiences that will never go public.
Right. Of course.
Okay. But I try, and this is the old journalist in me. I try and see everything in the big picture, and then try to focus if this happened to me, okay, can I relate my experience to what Marquise has experienced or Grant has experienced or pick somebody in our chat room has experienced? Okay. Can I relate to that? And most of the time I can. There are some times I can't because, you take somebody like Anjali, I don't believe her experiences. Don't believe the California mountain where they were going to drill in and build a cave and the aliens were going to come out of the cave and everybody was kumbaya. Okay. I don't believe that for a second. Okay. That's just one example. I believe random guys' experiences with the fuck you, Dave. Okay. I believe that.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm very proud of that one, to be honest. That was one of the greatest experiences of my life, hearing that story. But just the whole aspect and ideas, to us, okay, when I got drilled in the back of my head the first time I woke up on the table, okay, that didn't feel good. Didn't feel good at all. Okay. But I had a good laugh over it when I told him I had to piss and get me home so I could go pee. and watching them rush around and get things going. And next thing I know, I wake up on top of my bed, okay, in a position I don't sleep in, right? I mean, there's a lot of differentiating between the experiences. And when I bring up Peter Lavenda, and I know I'm taking the long road here, so I apologize. But when I bring up somebody like Peter Lavenda, who has 100% solely focused on the negative aspect of it and foregoing every other statistic that is out there, and people who have had the positive experiences, the downloadable experiences. You take somebody like Kira, who is on our team, and you know Kira very well.
She's wonderful.
You take her amazing experiences and encounters and downloads. Okay, it is straight. Some people may call it heavenly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like she's lucky. She's an amazing person too. So
okay, but is she lucky? Is she in the minority? Is she in the majority? We don't know. We don't know. So the point that I'm getting at through all of this is everybody who is going off this, whether it's Jacques Vallée, whether it's Gary Nolan, whether it's Peter Lavenda, Tom DeLonge, they all have their own motives and reasons for what they are doing. The question is, what is right for ufology? What is the overall coverage for ufology? Okay, you take Tim. He had an amazing experience. He recorded that experience. To some days, he doesn't like to talk about it, but I will mention that some days it is still continuing. Okay, and that's about as far as in depth I will get with that, because that's his story to tell, not mine. But the point that I'm getting at is there's somebody who did not, and don't take this the wrong way. I'm going to word it wrong. I know I am, because I'm trying to say too much in too little time here. But Tim, for a long time, has been in denial about what's gone on, because he's tried to focus on the nuts and bolts aspect of everything. And it's only been recently, within, say, the last 6 months, that Tim is and seeing the bullshit that is being pulled in this narrative and the many narratives that are going on, that Tim is starting to realize that maybe there is more to this. You take Tim now, he can now, okay, like Tim's growing up in this world, and it's good to see, okay, but Tim now can see the difference between UAP and UFOs. 6 months ago, he couldn't do that. And him and I, we had serious conversations about that. Serious conversations. And so there's too many. The problem that we have is with what we do is we're trying to cover too many paths with very little information, and all of those different paths go in different ways, and we're stuck trying to figure out for our audience what is the truth, where do they find the truth, who's telling the truth, because everybody's telling a truth, they just don't know what truth they're telling you. And that's the problem we have in ufology. Whose truth do you believe?
Yeah. To be clear, my belief about the phenomena is not based off of my experience. My initial interest is, but my belief is based off of what I've read and learned. But I think you're right. Just to be honest with you, I don't really have anything to say about what you said, because I think everything you said is true. The bottom line is, it's subjective. What you're suggesting is that your perspective is subjective. I keep telling myself that it's not, right? That, like, in my head, I say, oh, it's not subjective because I've read the books and I've heard the stories and I hear the data, and it doesn't say, and I know about the psychology behind this Stockholm syndrome. And I can say that in my own head, but ultimately it's still, even then, subjective. I just worry. To be totally honest, I do worry for all of us. I feel like my fear is what was said recently by Richard Dolan, referring to Stephen Greer, saying that it's all good and the danger in that. And I thought it was a relief to hear somebody else say it of his caliber. Not because, again, just my subjective experience tells me these things are bad. That's not what I mean. What I mean is at least a part of it says that there is a danger to the phenomena, not to our existential selves, like just being alive, something far more important, and that is the consciousness aspect that has been suggested is the problem with the phenomena for some people. And so if you have people saying, don't worry about the danger, forget about the danger, essentially ignore the danger data, focus on the happy stuff, you leave the population vulnerable completely, and not just physically, their consciousness. And that's what Richard Dolan mentioned. I felt kind of relieved hearing it from him. That's why I'm so passionate about when I talk about this. It's not just, at least, just a subjective feeling of fear.
Mm-hmm. And I think you bring up a good point. Hi, Patricia. How are you? Blue Pilled World Chat. How you doing? Right. And I think you're correct on that. Right. But it's a matter of trying to, our job for what we do, is to, and this is the same message I gave Tim, same message I gave Grant.
Yeah.
And I try to be as consistent as possible on it. And sometimes it's hard. And you have to admit when you're wrong. Okay. But the same message is our job is to wade through the sea of bullshit that we have on a daily basis and try and bring whatever truth that is to the audience. Some people are trying to play aha gotcha. We don't do that. We don't do that. For us, like I've said to Tim and Grant and you and many others, our job is to try and how can we put it? Sit back, ingest the information, and then go down the path and ask questions. So if something isn't sitting right or feeling right, then that's what you tell your audience. Tim Mothman, yes, we could see you. And your goatee as well.
Good goatee. That is a monster goatee, right? Wow.
Oh, he's got a gorgeous goatee.
Yeah, man.
I got to tug it. I got to tug it.
I'm jealous.
I think he has insurance on it. Doesn't he have beard insurance?
Well, Gary has a pretty Gary has a pretty nice beard too. It's huge. He's always, got the cool little, it's
Yeah.
huge.
Well, let's be clear for Tim Mothman, his insurance is to protect you from his beard. Right.
That's very true.
Wow.
Very true.
All right.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
But I think with everything, this is why I always tell our audience, like when the To the Stars Academy came out, I told our audience, everybody was yelling at me, this is disclosure, we're moving towards disclosure. No, what TTSA did was move us to a narrative.
Yep.
Because remember, it was To the Stars Academy who told us that these UFOs, even though they weren't human and it did not look like human technology, it was Russia or China or some sort of somebody else. But even though it was non-human technology, it was Russia or China. Then, and I will be bluntly honest, I had a phone call with somebody. I said, after 2.5, 3 years of China, Russia, an insider to those people who I was friends with, I said to them, Bud, if you want to move this conversation forward, you have to get people like Lou and people like Mellon to stop using the words China, Russia in their interviews. And then all of a sudden, within a week of that conversation, nobody was using China and Russia anymore. Okay? They kept on saying, this looks like technology not of this earth.
Exactly.
But guess what? We weren't allowed to talk about who was flying the craft, because the one thing the To the Stars Academy did was they were specific, and their members were specific, that there is a difference between UFOs or UAP and extraterrestrials. The public, in their mind and in the higher ups' mind, were they are not. We have to separate the two, because the public is not ready for aliens. They're ready for UFOs or UAP, but they're not ready for aliens. And what did they do? That's why if it wasn't man-made, who is flying it?
Yeah.
Who is flying it? And nobody wanted to answer that question. And they knew that the media is too stupid to actually ask that question. Because remember, they set the narrative early with Mellon, Elizondo, and Fravor. Then you sprinkle in a little bit of I'm using everybody else's information, Mr. Nick Pope. Okay. So you'd have Elizondo go on there and talk. It's not Russia, it's China. Then we're going to bring in we're going to pay him $50,000 to be our UFO insider. Nick Pope is here. Nick, what do you think of what's going on? Well, exactly what Elizondo said. I don't think it's Russia. I don't think it's China. Well, Elizondo just told us that a minute and a half ago. Why are you repeating that? Give us something new, Nick. You're the guy who worked at the board. Oh, I forgot. You know, be careful of Velcro, Nick. Your hair's going to get you stuck.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay?
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
mean.
Like, I have thought of
That's
a true story. I don't know Nick Pope. Okay?
shots
I don't
fired.
think you do. I don't know Nick Pope, but I've often thought, do I invite him on this show? Yes, he's a big name. Yes, he would bring an audience. But what's he going to tell us? He's going to tell us everything that we already know.
I think that you would receive a massive amount of backlash for having Nick Pope on because he has some very controversial public personal beliefs. You got it. That guy is dangerous.
That's fine. I can take that. I can take that. But the one thing I do want to say, though, and this is completely off topic, and because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I've been going for
1.
Yeah.
No. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here. So.
Well, 1 o'clock where Tim Grant is. Okay. But I want to say this for a second, totally off topic regarding the stuff with David Grusch and everything. We don't have to believe him. We don't have to believe him. We shouldn't believe him. We need but on the flip side, if you want proof, you're not going to get proof outside of anecdotal evidence. They're cutting us off left, right, and center. This is why we have to take David Grusch a little bit more seriously, because there are a bunch of military people and IG people and IC people who have vetted the hell out of him already. And all of them are saying the same thing. This guy is who he is and says who he says he is. That's a good start. You don't have to believe his message. You can question with truth. You can question what he is saying. You don't have to believe what he's saying. You may think that he's towing a party line. Maybe he's trying to play a little bit of disclosure for dollars. Okay? But at least we're close enough to know that this guy's resume is correct. And that's a step up. That's a big step up. Right? Yeah. Because in the end, we'd have no proof.
Yeah.
We have no proof. And for people calling for proof, hey, Ross Dogs, you know what that means, Tim? With Ross Dogs in the chat room, it means it's a good time to say hello to all our agents and agencies out there in YouTube land or radio land or podcast land listening on in. Thank you for tuning us in. And give us a call sometime. You already have our phone numbers, so we don't need to give them to you. Give us a call. Come say hello. We'll pick up. We will. And remember, some of us can be bought. Some of us can be bought. All right? So thank you to all the agents and agencies out there. Tip of the cap to you, especially if you're NSA.
Wow. I just need a couple. I need about 3 zeros before or right before that comma. So just letting you guys know. I can be bought, but it takes a few zeros.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Pay my mortgage. I go away. That's all I'm saying.
Pay my mortgage. Oh gosh, that's $400,000. Yeah, if you guys want to pay that, I'll go away too.
I think they're just gonna start shipping him bacon. I think it's a shorter route.
Don't bring bacon in, because I will fold for bacon.
Sergeant Troopers, how you doing this morning? Good to see you here.
They're gonna silence him with bacon.
Oh yeah. Anyways, what the question is, this is why I often say, you get all these people, they come in our chat rooms, you've seen them, and they say, we need proof. What's proof? That's why I know I'm repetitive a lot of times, guys, but seriously, what is proof? We have no idea what proof is because they're not letting it out. And like we talked about the alien video earlier, even random guy was shaking his head or nodding his head positively because he knows that a lot of times they hide this stuff right in front of our very eyes.
Yep.
And they
Yeah.
expect us not to get it.
Come on, Gary Nolan, give us alien DNA.
Wow.
Right?
Well,
Right?
We're
So,
ready.
hey, it's already in our DNA.
Prove it.
Mm.
no, I
Come
mean,
on,
it's
Gary.
guys, it's just about it's just about time where we got to get ready to wrap this up. But I mean, the big thing with this um, is keep an open mind, keep a skeptical mind, but a true skeptical mind, not a Mick West type of skepticism or a John Greenwald type of skepticism. Use your own
Yeah.
discernment.
Hey, very briefly, I put the question in front of Mick West for a second time, and he answered my question very clearly and decisively that he does consider aliens and otherworldly ET craft, all of that as a possibility. He's looking for it. So
He's a
he
good
is
guy.
a skeptic. Yeah.
I
But
like Mick West. And by the way, Mick West will be on this show June 27th.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, I like Mick West. I have no problem giving him airtime. He's going by plausibility. And the funny part about it is I feel sorry for the guy. And I'll tell you why. He knows he's not an expert. Yet when the media calls you out as a UFO expert, what's he supposed to do? Okay. When it's live and on the air and they say we have UFO expert Mick West, and he knows he's going to get absolutely trounced on social media about that, that's not his call. I go on a radio show once a week, goes right across the United States. And Tim, you saw me do an interview right in the preacher's truck, driving back to Las Vegas from Area 51. Okay. I do that show. This guy calls me a UFO expert. I'm not an expert. Nobody's an expert in this field. We're all scratching our heads, but it's just a quick thing that the media does or that show hosts or anchors do in order to sound like they're dealing with professionals. Right?
yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, and often he's called a skeptic. I think a UFO skeptic is often his tagline.
Yeah. So
He's a debunker.
yeah, and look, I don't agree with everything Mick West says. Sometimes he pisses me off, but he's also good. He makes us question things.
Mm-hmm. And hold us accountable too. For
I don't know if he has sources. Like for instance, I don't agree with him. I know he has his private pilot license, but you know what? I played amateur hockey. It doesn't mean that I know what they're doing in the NHL.
Sarah, yawn, you're terrible.
Well, the good news is that he does all of the maths, for us. So at least he's coming up with the skeptical option and he's showing his work.
The big question I want to ask Mick West is, you're a multi-millionaire. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Why
Yeah, that's a
wouldn't
good
he though?
question.
This is the perfect hobby for a multimillionaire. I
True.
think he's doing the best thing.
True. I mean,
What else would you do with your time? Come on. This is a great topic. And he's looking for the truth. I mean, I think he would love to find something that he couldn't debunk.
but you know what?
And that was another question I put in front of him. Is there anything that he's ever come across that he didn't debunk? And unfortunately, didn't have time to answer that one. Because I would love to see what he couldn't debunk, like if there is anything.
You can come on with me that night. I don't mind.
Just
I'll be
ask that
watching.
question for me. But yeah, I'd
couldn't
love
have
to
him
hang
tonight.
out with him. I would love to hang
honestly-
out with him, honestly, because I feel like he definitely has a role to play in this. And the fact is, sometimes we need a voice of reason to show us the simple maths.
Look, the one thing I can trust about Mick West, okay, I don't think he's paid off like a lot of these people are.
I agree with you.
I know for a fact if you talk in the behind the scenes circles of ufology to those who are in the know about what's going on, there's a lot of paid off people in this field, man. Whether it's paid off financially, whether it's paid off with information that counters everything that other people are saying, there are people who are paid off and they're trolling both sides. They really are trolling both sides.
It's called grifting.
And I had a good conversation with someone about this recently, and we named 6 of them. 6 of them, right? They're alleged experiencers. They're alleged YouTubers. They are alleged people who are getting information where they have no reason in life to get this information, but they're getting it. And the rest of us are sitting there saying, how? Somebody's tipping them off. Okay.
Right.
So getting back to your To the Stars Academy stuff, why would Tom DeLonge not go on radio shows that have bigger audiences and more of a national audience or even a large internet audience, but he would go on podcasts that have 700 people, 400 people, 300 subscribers and blow those channels up? Why? Because they weren't asking hard questions. They were like, oh my God, there's Lou Elizondo. Oh my God, there's Jim Semivan. Oh my God, there's Tom. Right? I love you. I love you. I love you.
Wow.
Right?
Dang.
That's what it was like. I put in, just so you know, Marquise, I don't think you know this. I put in 15 requests to the Stars Academy for Tom or Lou or anybody. I had 15 denials.
Wow.
Okay. 7 of them, 6 or 7 of them, 9 of them, pardon me, they didn't even respond back.
They just denied.
Thank goodness Dave doesn't hold a grudge. 14 reasons later.
Oh, right. Oh my gosh. That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, I don't know,
but
man.
it's
That
not a
sounds...
grudge. It's me doing my journalism job.
I get it, bud. It's just
I'm messing with you too.
Yeah.
So the point that I'm getting at is one of the times they actually asked me, well, the closest I ever got, they actually asked me for preloaded questions, and I refused. I refused preloaded questions.
Man, that's tough.
And that led to my first after that led to my first conversation with Lou after he left. And I told Lou that, and he goes, I never heard of one of them. He goes, the press person for the TTSA, who happened to be a lady named Karyn DeLonge, Tom's sister, who was making on paper, which a company that was making no money, she was making $100,000 a year to be the PR person. And she didn't let them know that us or Jimmy Church or John Greenwald or any of us had put in requests to talk to Lou. Lou didn't know about it. He was very apologetic to me about it. Okay. He didn't know. And he was finding out all of this stuff. And I said, Lou, didn't you think it was funny that, a show like mine, and, at that time we were about 12,000 subscribers on YouTube. We had 4 radio stations. We weren't the biggest. We're still not the biggest, but we're up there.
Yeah.
So didn't you find it funny that you wouldn't be on our channel, but she would put you on a podcast that say had 500 subscribers? How do you get the message out to 500 and not tens of thousands?
Right.
What makes more sense? If I'm selling my product, I'm not going to 500. It's the same thing with Jeremy Corbell. Jeremy and I, when he did the Bob Lazar thing or show, I said to Jeremy, I said, why would you go on Secure Team 10 and not take proper radio shows where proper questions could be asked of Bob? And Jeremy told me point blank, he goes, Dave, nothing against your show. He goes, I love you. He goes, I listen to you. Okay. He says, but Dave, you had 12,000 subscribers. I got my movie out to 2.5 million. It's a business decision. I didn't blame him for that. That was the right answer. How do I get mad at that? My jealousy gets mad at it. Okay. But the reality is that that he made the right decision for 2.5. If you got a product to sell, 10,000 or 2.5. I'm going 2.5 each and every time.
Yeah. And there should also be red flags for all of us whenever somebody has a press conference with no press. And we've seen that a couple of times, I think, with staged press conferences. It's dangerous. Should be sending up red flags. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. So,
but
Yeah,
the other thing too is the aha gotcha moment on both sides has made it a difficult world for a lot of these people to come out and now talk. Okay, where people are focusing on 5 words in a sentence and not the entire paragraph that tells the true story. And all of these aha gotcha shows out there, okay, have done shows like ours or others a disservice because it's broken a trust. We get lumped into all these same things. Oh, you're just I remember an argument I got into with Alex Dietrich. Well, all you podcasters are the same. I said, really? I said, well, first off, Alex, I'm not a podcast. I'm a live radio show. I've worked hard. I said to get those radio stations that we've had.
Yep.
My team has worked hard. I said I have a background in broadcast journalism. I'm not an aha gotcha person, so please don't lump me in with that. But they lump us in.
it's because your minor was in fluffing.
Right?
Hey, real
Sometimes.
quick, guys. I love y'all. I got to get to bed. And,
Grant, thanks for hanging out and staying up later, buddy.
Hey,
Wow, good to see you,
thanks
brother.
for having me here. And Dave, I'll give you a call tomorrow if you're free.
I'm driving, so I got lots of time.
All right, I'll call you tomorrow. Love you guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Grant,
brother.
see you soon, buddy.
See you soon, bud.
He misses us.
He does.
misses
He's
us.
adorable.
He's adorable.
This is good stuff. Seriously, this has been really a lot of fun. Marquise, thank you so much, buddy, for hanging out with me and talking and
Oh, it's
inviting
awesome.
me on. Dave, thank you so much. It's been fun
anytime,
tonight.
But I just want to get to Wee Runa here. Chris Lito has nearly 100,000 subs. He's been doing UFOs for a couple of years, and some channels seem to grow rather quickly. I'm a late bloomer on, just so you guys know, I'm a late bloomer on understanding YouTube. Part of the problem that I have is I work 2 full-time jobs, and I can't get to everything that I want. And we have I'm still trying to figure out YouTube. And yeah, it's weird how some of these channels can just hit the jackpot, and it's all on the back end. Like the YouTube is weird. It's all on the back end. It's what you're doing on the back end of the show. Everything from your thumbnails to your titles to everything from keywords to hashtags to what you put in your description of the show, which I don't really know. It's difficult. It really is. And you have to change it up, because the minute you get used to something on YouTube, it all changes again.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
True.
and what makes somebody like Chris Lito a little bit more special is he's an ex-fighter pilot. He gets that crowd. He knows how to talk military. He knows how to keep secrets. He's got connections where he probably works the phones while I'm sitting at my daytime job, trying to make a living for my family. He's probably working the phones, talking to important people that he needs to behind the scenes to line up his once a week interview or whatever that he does. And good on him for that. I wish, and my hope is that every channel would make money off of this. Okay, because there's a lot of good people out there who are pumping out a lot of good information. And, Roderick and I were talking about this the other day. We have seen channels that do this entire phenomena a disservice, and they're at 100 or 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 subscribers, can't figure it out. But because they have a high subscriber count, people look at them and say, well, this person must have credibility. Look at how many subscribers they have. Even though people like you and me and our listeners are looking at this person saying, yeah, that guy's full of shit. Right? Thank you, Maggie, for adding to the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay.
And on that note, I'm going to leave you, but I will see you soon. And Dave, we'll talk during your drive. It's been fun,
buddy.
you guys. I will see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, brother.
Timmy. But, like Nikki says, pull those same shorts over to Facebook, Twitter, and other media. Nikki, that's easy to say. Where do I have time? Where do I have time?
Yeah, even with it's hard for even me. Like I have, oh my gosh, I'm not overwhelmed, but because I love to do this, but like there's also a back end that I'm learning as well on everything. This and my it's
it's a full YouTube. Realistically, what people don't understand, YouTube is a full-time job.
Yeah,
it is a full-time job. I had clients a couple weeks ago come in to see me for some financial advice, and they had their YouTube channel had 125,000 subscribers on how to grow food. They're farmers, and they figured it would be this fun little hobby to build a YouTube channel and show people how to grow food in different climates and different conditions, in winter, how to store food so that way it lasts through a winter in case you want canned food or whatever. They're making $15,000 a month.
Wow.
Off their videos. Right? And I think it's great. I do. Right? I just don't know what the hell we're doing. I can't figure that out. But the point is, in order for us to be doing those shorts and doing those other cuts, I need, you need a team around you, which we have, but everybody works. Everybody has a daytime job.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what makes it tough.
Yeah, I'm scrounging for a scratch right now in the voice acting business. As a matter of fact, literally, like it's rough now.
You're getting screwed by AI.
Yes, I am. It is literally taken 90% of the work that I was doing gone, because YouTube, it's easy now to just use AI for YouTube videos and for voiceovers. It's just easier, and it's cheaper, obviously. So, man, that hurt. That hurt.
Yeah.
So,
what are you supposed to do?
Just keep going, man. Branch out.
AI's almost killed your
adapt.
business.
We're gonna have to integrate with them. We gotta get the brain chip, man. We just gotta do it. Elon Musk, Neuralink, ChatGPT and Neuralink together, and I'm a freaking genius. Cyborg.
What do you do? Marquis, stick around for a couple seconds. We're going to say goodnight to everybody because I have about a 7.5 hour drive tomorrow. And it's going to be a long day for me tomorrow. And then Marquis is going to be filling in for me on Monday, or pardon me, on Thursday and Friday, as I will be down at with my family for my mother's funeral. Once again, I just want to say thank you for the love that everybody has sent my family's way. We felt it. And Marquis, you've done an amazing job last week, and I know you'll do an amazing job tomorrow night and Friday for us. So thank you very much. Thank you to our super chatters tonight: Maggie, Jerry, CS, Terry, Apollo, Dutch Hank, T2E, Brian, Louie, Anki, Susie, Carl, Cat Chaser times 2, Mike, Deb, Maggie again, and Monica. Love you all. We'll see you on Monday. And tomorrow night, a great panel. Then Friday night, Marquise will have Drew Banky, Sacred Journeys, talking about our cryptid spiritual animals. It's going to be fun for him. Derek Galloway, thank you for adding to the super chat tonight, my man. Very much appreciate it. And I'll try and find a taco on the road for you, dude. Even if it's roadkill taco, I will eat it just because you have that super chat. Much love, everybody. If you haven't yet, hit subscribe, ring that bell, leave a comment below. We said a lot of stuff tonight. If you agree, disagree, let us know. It's what it's all about. Much love. We'll see you later.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.